Hello, 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 everybody. Hope you're all doing good today. I'm just gonna hang out here for a bit and let everyone join in who wants to join in, and we'll get started. How's everyone doing? Let me know in the comments. Hope you guys are having a good day today. A bit rainy where I'm at. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get started on the assumption that you guys are still filtering in. What we're doing today is we're going to hop on in, and I'm going to do a little bit of a redesign here because I think... Well, I'll wait till more people are here to explain the full story, but I think that this warrants me going back over it and doing something something between the two extremes of either canonical design for Invader Zim himself or going back in and doing my own design. I have to pick and choose, so... I'm torn, and I wanted community feedback on that. And then also during this stream, I'll hop in and do more. Animation on it feeds, which actually I might do. I might be doing that right away, and just come back to this one later. I can type up a thing of that real quick. I'll just type that up. Let me just. We're gonna do something here now. Feeds on noodles animation, and then I'll write something that says later. Invader Zim design ideas. Okay, cool. There we go, and now I can drag this somewhere where it'll not be too far out of, not too in the way. That looks good enough for me. Sweet. Let's just do it. There we go. All right, sweet. Hope everyone's liking it, how everyone's doing. Hope the audio levels are fine. And with that, I'm just gonna minimize this and I'm gonna hop right into Toon Boom. Might as well, right? Hello. Hey, you finally made it. Nice. I'll just reply on chat to get rid of the delay. Welcome, 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 everyone. I'll also show you what I've done on it feeds so far. We're gonna be so right now we're gonna be working on it feeds for a little bit. The animation I'm doing for it feeds on noodles adaptation, and then later what we're going to be working on is some Invader Zim design stuff where I want to go back in and redesign a little bit of Invader Zim, the art style that I chose that I made up, because I'm curious if I could tweak it and improve it and make it a bit more like the canonical design, because the way I have it right now is throwing everyone for a loop, and I don't like that. So that's for IZTDM. But for now, I'm just going to work on it feeds on noodles, and we'll just have everyone along for the ride. Oh yeah, I was testing with Zim earlier. That was not... Zim's not even in this shot. When more people arrive, I'll show you what I've done so far on it feeds. But for now, I think I'll start out while drawing Dib. No, actually, I'll draw the environment. That's what I'll do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. How's your day been, by the way? Big pot of misery. How's your day been so far? Do tell, do tell. Okay, so we're gonna go to color for the environment. Yep. Alright. Let's start out with this. Where are all these intersecting? They seem to be... Let's see, let me follow the line. What I always start out with when I'm doing this stuff is I always sketch in a rough background and then find out where the points of perspective are based on that, and then do the final background based on the points of perspective that I sketched in without even giving it too much thought. That way it's more natural and flowy looking, but at the same time has a logical consistency to it. Best of both worlds, if you ask me. Because you want it to be freeform, but you don't want it to be too freeform. Otherwise it comes off looking bad. Go. Let's get a rough idea where this... That's not it. Let's get a rough idea of where this is curving. Doesn't even need to be perfect. Just needs to be a rough... It's Tim where I am. He just woke up. Fantastic. Well, I hope your weekend's been great so far. If you're in the States, it's Memorial Day weekend. 3 days, baby. 3-day weekend. Fantastic. Ah, wait. Wrong button. And I'll still be celebrating Memorial Day, even if I'm up here in Canada, because, you know, I'm an American. And I'll do what I do. Alright, so it looks like the point of reference for perspective on this shot will be right here. Very good. Now all I need to do is just extend this line out like so. And like so. Cut that. And now I'll have a solid point I can anchor onto. And let me boost these lines up to like 100 thickness just so I can't mistake where the point of reference is. Alright, so let's go with 50 for the line thickness. How's that look? A bit extreme. How about 40 for this shot? Nah. Maybe I should drop it to 30. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so 30 for the thicker outlines on this thing. We'll do it like that. Okay, so now we need to connect this to that point. Trace it out so it would be like whoosh. I think it would end somewhere here. And we'll do like this. Very good. Now I can base everything off that. Roughly. Although it's not quite, yeah, this is an interesting thing. The way I've drawn the perspective in this shot, it all curves around in a circular pattern, which I'm a huge fan of, by the way. If you see me do the other shots in this series so far, you'll know that I love the warped perspective fisheye lens sort of thing going on for this. There we go. Nice, and then we have the middle thing right here for that. I need to connect it, obviously. Everything's converging to this one point. There we go. Like that. Draw it up. Bada bing, bada boom. Bob's your uncle. And actually, for this one, I actually drop it down to half the original thickness because it's a detailing line and not an actual outline. Because it's like the gold trim that I'm putting on the walls of the restaurant. So I don't actually leave it at the same thickness as everything else. I actually drop it a bit. Same with this. So this will be 15 line thickness too. Yeah, it looks about right. Now, it doesn't need to be super perfect or anything, but it does need to look good enough within this little preview window that I got going on. Let me draw an arrow to it. This preview window right here. I need it to all be within the bounds of that, so that when I see and look in there, I can tell how it's looking and what it's doing right there. Now let me make sure, actually, because sometimes I have issues with the live stream chat. Let me open it up in a new tab rather than just strictly YouTube Studio View, because sometimes I have issues with live stream chat not showing up. Okay, it's still there. Good. Good, 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 good. Okay. Okay, cool. We got it. We're good. It's just you and me right now. The two of us watching. Fantastic. So, here we go. I'll explain more and get more into it when more people start showing up. Probably like 3 or 4 total, you know? And I'm well aware that I'm not exactly a major streamer. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh. The anchor point for this is right here. That looks good. Alright, and then yeah, that's the other thing I gotta draw too, is the vanishing point for the other directions. Right, so what do we have here? We have this line sort of, I'll draw it in a different color for now just so I can get an idea of what I'm doing here. This line, where do these lines vanish? So we got sort of like curves up and over. Gotta have a confident stroke there. And can't be too hesitant when I'm drawing rough strokes like that, otherwise I'll just I'll mess up, it'll look weak and wobbly. You have to be confident with your brush strokes. Otherwise, you won't get the desired effect you want. Well, unless you want it to be, you know, jagged looking, obviously, then you would deliberately be choosing weaker strokes. But mostly you do want it to be strong and deliberate. Okay, so what do we have here? A point of intersection. So I'm guessing somewhere right there. So like right here would be roughly where I have two lines intersecting. Time for another thingy-mabobber right there. Yep. And these are attached. Good, good, good. That's what I like to see. So that's the other point of perspective. Let me just draw this. Tool properties. We'll make sure this is still 15. And we'll draw a line. So the line comes from here and it curves down through about there. Let me curve it a little. I could get away with it being straight, but I like it being a little warped. It looks neat that way. Oop, that detached. We can't have it. We can't have it detached. It has to be part of the actual perspective angle. Otherwise, it'll be all over the place. We can't have that. No, 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 no. There we go. That's good. And then, as far as the ceiling, I think we would be able to see it from here. It'd be like swooping in like this angle. There. Yep. Something like that. It's not important that it be 100% accurate in this. It just has to be close enough to be believable to the human eye. And for these, why don't I just color these light gold so that they stand out and we understand there's a difference between the two. Okay, got that. Good, good, good. Next up, I'm going to need to draw that in. Actually, you know what? For now, for the time being, since these are all pencil strokes, I can adjust everything at a whim. I'm going to set them all to be 10 line thickness. That way I can clearly see what I'm doing and interact with everything else. Because otherwise I'm just stuck taking a guess, like a stab in the dark at what I'm doing. This way at least I can tell what I'm doing with everything. Alright, so these, I'll go like this. I will color code the perspective lines that trace along a different axis. I'll turn them into a different color. That way I can tell, oh yeah, these are all going here, these are all going this way. Yeah, much easier to stand out. And then for the final touch, I'll use this purplish gray color to go for the ones that are running up and down. So yeah, what about that? It looks like they kind of sort of warp like this. And this. And if I could draw a complete circle of them. It kind of looks like they do something like this. Stopping in the middle. Do a different color just so I can erase the others easily. It looks like their peak would be about right there-ish. Now I can zoom in and tweak it as necessary. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of the vertice lock. Obviously, can't have it attaching to random points. That wouldn't be good. That wouldn't be good at all. If you guys are liking the new music, I would go with my normal metal playlist, except unfortunately YouTube flagged me for like copyright stuff, so now I have to go with this public domain music, but I linked it in the description if you like it. Some lo-fi stuff, pretty chill, pretty generic. It'll do, you know. Not my first choice, but it is what it is. We got a half circle now. Circles exist, artists. Why do I hear boss music? You know, right? You're not even remotely wrong. Circles are so fun to have to deal with. By which I mean they're not at all even remotely fun to deal with. accurate. Very accurate. So for you who don't know, I'm trying to line up this section right here. I'm trying to get this line to follow this line. And from there I can base the rest of the perspective grid on it. Good enough. Like I said, it's not about being perfect. It's about being good enough to fool the human eye. So, you know. That. Slide this out here. Following the pattern that I've already set up. And there you go. Bob's your uncle. Okay, cool. Got that. Now that I have those intersections set up, I think I'm going to do a rudimentary cutaway. Yep, yes I am. Okay, so I'm just going to cut away the bits that I don't need right now. And leave in some others just for reference. Oh, whoa, hey, there's an idea. Yeah, I need to have that line up properly. Ooh, good thing I caught that. Actually, I need to get rid of these. These don't need... That entire last thing I did was completely pointless. All I needed to do was just draw a connecting line between these two intersections. So maybe I should do that cutaway first. It might be a thing. It might be an idea. Okay, so now we have the points where these two go to, and I'll connect based on that. Edoy. Because I needed to actually line up. Crazy concept, I know, right? Having things connect where they're supposed to connect and line up where they're supposed to line up? What sort of madness is that? Only the best kind of madness. Space madness. I like madness. So I can warp them later. For now, I just need them to line up properly. Definitely a bit of a skew going on, but I'm okay with it. Nice. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then I also need to replicate that. Do this. Right here. Actually, I didn't need to bend those at all. Oh, this one needs to be bent. Oh, this one too. Sort of, in my rough drawing, they sort of curved out this way, so maybe I should keep that pattern up. There's that. And there's this. So, boom. Alright. Now, how would this hypothetically look if I were to get rid of the, get rid of that and that, that and that. That. Obviously these. And that. Now how does this setup look? Does it look convincing or does it look yucky? The hallway has to be convincing. Alright. How's it look in the scene I've set up? Good enough. It's going to be out of focus in the background anyways. I could be a little more technical, but I gotta be economical with my time on this. Okay, now why are you like this? Are you shooting past it or what? No, you're all connected in there. That's just dots sticking up. I'll have to deal with that in a bit. Okay, so up next, I'm gonna have to have these lines shoot into that. So let me do that. Boom. Baba booey. Yep. And anyone who's an artist in the chat, what do you guys think is the hardest thing to draw? For me, I always have a lot of difficulty with with facial features. That or limb proportion. Those two always are the bane of my existence. Perspective, totally fine. I can handle that. I can handle perspective day in and day out. That's no problem. Proportion, ugh, kill me. Please just end me now. Here, please hit me as hard as you can. Backgrounds, ooh, do tell. Backgrounds I've always had been my strong suit, but I am curious. For those of you who find backgrounds difficult, what is like the big thing? Oh, props, backgrounds, props. So it'd be non-character stuff, right? Is basically what I'm getting from what you're getting at. Like the non-character stuff is like real difficult to do. That's the thing for you that's like, I would just rather do anything else. Lips, oh, lips are difficult. Yeah, especially if you're trying to do a photorealistic thing. Oh my gosh, it's like, oh, it looks too full. Oh, it looks too thin. Oh, it's not right. It's never right. You'll never get it right. They taunt you. Yeah. So yeah, definitely agree with your conclusions there. Okay, got these. Cut away the stuff that's excess. Didn't do that. Cut away that. There. For those of you who don't know what I'm doing, I'm cutting and pasting these and then getting rid of everything that's that color except what I've cutted. That way, all that's left is the stuff I care about. Boom, okay. So now I need to make this the same thickness as everything else. Everything else is 10 right now. Cool. Cool. And then I need to also have one more line for the carpet, because there is carpet in this scene running down the whole length of the hallway. Let me see, flip over to my normal thing. Where does it end? It doesn't end because it's cut off by the table, so we don't see the part where it ends, so I just need to draw it going straight. Right, gotcha. Connect the dots. There we go. How's that? Could be a little over. And now it's too connected. Maybe I had it right the first time. Yeah, I'd call that good. Make that black. Drawing. Enable that. Get rid of the perspective lines there. It's looking good. It's looking good. Now I need to do the ceiling. So for that, I just need like 2 or 3 strokes of wood, because there's some wood running the length of the ceiling on this shot. Good. Okay, I'll stop saying because it's probably conflicting with the music that you're hearing. I can't hear the music, by the way. I know you guys hear it, but I can't because of how I have it set up. It's just streaming through my computer directly to you guys. Don't know why I mentioned that. It's just the truth. Good enough for me. Right there. rid of the excess as usual. Black. Okay. Excellent there. Yep, okay. So make sure all this is the same size for now. Drop it to 0. Raise it back up to 15. Very good. Give it all the same start, end, and join meters. Okay. So now I need to pick the parts that I'm going to thicken up for the outline. And it's going to be, I know exactly what I'm going to do here. Well, actually, no, I need to, wait, before I do that, before we get going there, I need to draw in some wood patterns. So let's see, where did I have this intersect again? Right there. Somewhere right here, actually. Okay, good enough. Like I said, good enough is good enough. Where are the bounds? Right there, right there, right there, and right there. So that's where the camera ends, so I don't actually need to worry about anything outside of it. So if I put that here, do this, and I can move this like so, and boom. Wait, I can get rid of the precision thing also. I could do it in the middle of every other one. That would be a good positioning. Hello, a weird French thingy. How are you doing on this fine day? Do tell me how your day is going. Hope it's going good. Mine's doing fantastic. And there's that. Goes there. That'll be enough. Okay. Here we go. We got these. Go there. I'll turn to a different color so I can tell what I'm doing once again. Page down. Okay, so let's see which ones look better. I think I'll have it like this for the wood pattern, and that'll initiate everything else. Excuse me. So that would mean every other one's missing, as you do, so that would be in there. I know this technically would be visible, but I'm getting rid of, no, I'll leave it in, whatever. It'll probably be covered up by the thicker outlines later anyways. Okay, change that, no. Change that to black. You're doing fine? Good to hear it. My weekend is going fantastic so far. I've just been hanging out of the house here. Hanging out with my brother-in-law yesterday, played some video games with him, and now today I am working on some, well, like you see here, it feeds on noodles. And then later on today I'm going to talk about the designs I have for IZTDM and what I can do to improve them and make people, you know, enjoy them more, because I feel like there's something missing in them right now. But that'll be later. Okay, now for the rectangle, color properties. I'll make it gold so it stands out. So this is the section that's actually going to be visible. Good to know. Okay. So let me get rid of these. Let me get rid of these crosshairs. Zoom out. So everything outside this line is going to be invisible. Just fill it in with the thing real quick. Make this black with an outline of, I don't know. I'll deal with that later. Okay, so now if I flatten, well, I don't want to flatten it yet because I got to change the colors. That's right. Hey, Silverbrights, hello. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Here, I'll Let's start doing that so people can know I respond sooner than the stream catches up because of the delay. Anyways, let's just do this. So for the thicker outlines, we got thick, thin, and detailing. I need to differentiate. So we cut and paste. I'm cutting and pasting everything that's a thick outline. That way I know later on that that's what I want to do. And you'll see the magic happen here in a bit. If you're curious how that's going to help things, trust me, you'll see. You'll get it. Okay, so those have been taken now. I can just select them individually, of course. I'm holding down the shift key so that it... Oops. Yeah, holding down the shift key so that it selects right. Probably help if I actually did it properly, but that's another story. That's interesting. Okay, I need to cut that. I wonder, actually, I probably can edit this with a contour tool now that I think about it, but a bit late for that. Oh well, this method works too. It's not about how you do it, it's more about just doing it at all and getting the effect you want. It's all about optical illusions and cheating the human eye anyways. Alright, so we're going to boot this up to 30. Nice, that's the effect I wanted. So, select everything that's black. Page it down, page it down. Okay, you, page up, make that front. There we go. And now the detailing, which will be these. And these. I will make them thinner than they currently are. Currently they're at 15. I'm going to drop them down to 7.5. So that they're half of that. There, now everything's ratioed properly. The only thing left is to give it the proper end joint so that it doesn't look weird. Okay. It'll still look a little weird, but that'll be fixed later. Sweet, so there's that. Issues with live on every channel? That's... Sorry to hear that. Yeah. Cool. Glad you're doing good. I'm doing good too, by the way. Having a great old time just hanging out doing some Invader Zim stuff, and then later on we're gonna discuss artwork and, like, you know, the designs I have for IZTD and, like, you know, just how I want to do them and all that. How long have I been streaming? 1:34. Got about another half hour before we switch gears. That's enough time for me to tweak these backgrounds. So, anyways, first of all, let me get this going. So, gold one. Did it look like this in the other shots? Yeah, I believe the lighter gold was on top. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sometimes it goes fine, but at least once or twice the stream new comments just cease to exist. Yeah, YouTube can be glitchy like that. I've had that issue myself. Very true. Very true that could happen. Walls, boom, 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 boom. Floor, like that. Carpet, like that. Ceiling, like that. Very good. Very, very good. I'll shade it on my own later. Now we can flatten it and get rid of that. And now we have the finished background. Well, for now. I still need to shade it and add a few other details, but yeah. Let's mask it and see how this looks. Just go ahead and turn up my audio and mute this so you can hear how this sounds when I play it too.
How would you like to try our succulent special? Everything delight. It has everything in it. Okay. choice for a week and let you pick the restaurant twice. We agreed you let me pick this time. Besides, it's not my fault Bloaties is temporarily closed. I'm not the one who called the health department.
I know you didn't. That's why you're still breathing. But if I ever find out who did, they are going to pay.
And I'm paying, so I should pick the restaurant.
You found money in one of Dad's coat pockets in the closet.
A coat he hasn't used in months. Besides, if I didn't, we'd still be fighting over that one orange in the fridge. I can't believe Dad forgot to get groceries again this month.
I can. Fine. I guess it's better than nothing.
This looks like a pretty good place. A little weird looking though.
You think everything is weird.
Wasn't this place smaller on the outside?
Good evening. How would you like to try our succulent special? Everything delight. It has everything in it. Okay.
Anyways, that's how that turned out. The one orange in the fridge. Yeah, I'm proud of how that joke turned out with the visual gag and stuff. I really am enjoying animating this, by the way. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I am animating an adaptation of It Feeds on Noodles. My wife is commissioning me to do it while I sit around here in Canada waiting for my paperwork and stuff to process so I can legally be allowed to work here. Obviously, I want to stay here as long as I can with the pandemic and everything because I'm not sure if I went back to the States when I'd be able to come back and see her again. Excuse me. So I'm staying here for now. And until I can get permission and find out a work situation, my wife is helping me out, and in return, and her folks too. I'm staying with my in-laws, but for now, I'm just gonna be here working on It Feeds, and then later on, after It Feeds is done, I'll work on IZTDM. But yeah, this is. I'm glad you guys are liking it so far. I am having a great time animating this, and yeah, for another 20 minutes or so, I'll work on it, and then we'll switch gears, and I'll talk Invader Zim character design, and then 20 minutes after that, we'll switch, or an hour after that, we'll switch back, and then for the last hour, we'll switch back. So we'll do every hour, we'll be switching until 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern time when I finally end it, or 4 o'clock p.m., sorry, Eastern time when I finally end it. Stretch a little bit. Let's get to it. Sorry about that. All right, so I'm gonna close this for now and get back to work. So yeah, the way the story unfolds and everything, this guy is obviously a vampire, and there's cursed food involved, and somehow through a series of mishaps, Zim winds up turning into a vampire, and Did has to stop him, as per the unfinished episode's plot synopsis. So yeah, I like how open-ended it is too. Like, there's a lot of different directions you can go with this, and it's always fun to see how different people take it. But yeah. So as I've had in the other shots, I've had characters just sitting at tables in these various booths of the restaurant. Let me pull up a reference image to that. That's a good reference. Okay, so right here we have some ghoulish looking characters, very mysterious. They're just going to be sitting in the restaurant. And I need these as reference so I can know how I drew everything, Gotta have it consistent. Gotta have it consistent. I'll just call this chair ref. It feeds on noodles, production. This be ref 0007 furniture. Actually, I'll just call it that. Good enough. And this restaurant doesn't stay around for long either. It's just it's only in this one scene, I think, and then we never come back to it. But it's important that it's still consistent. You don't want to be changing things up for no reason. So let's go to Pizza Noodles production. Where is the thing I just made? There we go, with the chair, table, and stuff. Oops. You're hearing my in-laws in the other room joke around with the dog. They're playing with the dog, so if you hear that, that's just what it is. Sorry about that. Normally they'd be quieter, but today is a weird schedule day. Normally I'd be streaming on Saturdays, so I'm not going to exactly ask them to keep it down because I was the one who said I'd be streaming on Saturdays, and I sort of messed up the schedule this week. So normally that wouldn't be the case, but you know, it is what it is. Let's import this. Oh wait, I already did. Cancel. Here we go. This reference. I'll drag it to the top. I said I'll drag it to the top. There we go. Scale it up and move it. Oh, scale it up. Move it over to here. Yep. I'll move the smaller camera there. Now I'll have that just sitting there as a reference image. Cool. Okay. So let's do this. So on the background. Okay, whatever that is. All right. Environment. So let's go to the back. Oh, wait, BG, why is that nested underneath div and gas? Oh, that. Oh, that's irritating. Hang on, that's not supposed to be like that. Actually, I can get rid of that for now. That was only temporarily so I can see them in the rough drawing, but now it doesn't matter. Okay, so the background's like this. And now let me just highlight the stuff that's actually there. I'm going to call this one booth masks. Boom. Now if I just extend it, I will be able to see booth 1. So you would be extended up that way. Delete. Actually, I can make them all the same color. The purpose of these masking, by the way, what I'm doing here, is I'm making it so that I'm going to tell the computer eventually where certain things are allowed to be drawn and where they aren't allowed to be visible. That way I can sort of cloak and hide the things that aren't actually part of the drawing. And you'll see what I mean here in a bit, but yeah, that's basically what's going on here. And where's the background? I also need to highlight this section. I'm trying to make a fake 3D space of where the booth would be. You know what? Heck, I could just, this is silly. I could just draw over it. So I'm going to call this booth 0 mask. And we're going to trace that on it. And where is the background? And then we're going to use this line to cut it off. There, and there, and there, not there, and there. Okay. And there's this. There. And it ends right here, so that's about as far as I need to draw it. That. Ah! Well, I can just flatten that later. And there we go, I think. Can't have it bleed in there. Okay, so there's the mask for that room, and then I just need another mask for the other room. So we're gonna call this booth 1 mask. And we're just gonna trace it. I could have just traced it. Why am I so lazy? I could have just traced it this whole time. Oh well, I didn't. Holding down the shift key to force it to be a straight outline, making it easier for me to control. There, and then I think it would curve something like this. And then it'll actually be the rest of the image because that's the space that's covered by that. Cool, cool, cool. You'll see what the magic is here in just a second. I'll demonstrate why I'm doing it this way. It's really cool, trust me. How much time have we got also? got about 13 more minutes before I switch gears and talk about Zim designs, so we're good. Or alternately, I could do the entire first half of the stream dedicated to it feeds, excuse me, and the entire second half of the stream dedicated to my Invader Zim design revisions that I want to do for my own fan project, IZTDM. So let me know actually in the comments. I'm going to type that up so that it gets here before the delay. Actually, the delay is not too bad today. Anyways, let me know which one you'd rather do. Would you rather do it alternate every other one? So like 1 hour I'll be doing this, the other hour I'll be doing Zim's design, then back and forth. Or did you want to do just the first half of the stream dedicated to It Feeds on Noodles, and the second half of the stream dedicated to my Zim design stuff? Because we can do it either way. And while you're talking about that, I'm going to go over here and arrange these and make them more organized. So, foreground, arm, composite one. The ref can just go off to the side. It's doing its own thing. G. Ref G. Composite node. A few more after that. First half for It Feeds, okay, and then the second half for the other one, rather than just bouncing back and forth a bunch. If no one else has any options, opinions, I think I'll do it that way, actually, because I feel like it'd be the best. It'd be for the best. So we're gonna do booth, comp, mask, booth, and then comp, BG. So this would actually feed into there. Delete that, go down here. Actually, I'll call this comp booths for the actual thing when I draw what the contents of those booths. You would go in this way, you would go in there. Nah, it doesn't matter, honestly. Actually, in hindsight, it'd probably be easier just to do it in chunks like that. That way I'm not jumping back and forth between computer programs a bunch. I was just trying to basically keep it engaging, but that's, if you wanted an honest truth, it's like that. Rain! Hey! Man, how you doing? Long time no see, I believe. Unless I'm thinking of someone else. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do half and half, yeah. Okay, so, what I was doing here? Oh yeah, blur. How you doing, by the way, Ray? Okay, blur, background. Let me drag these up and into position, so like so. Not like that. I'm doing fantastic. I'm working on some, so as I was just saying to everyone here, and I can recap real quick, while I'm up in Canada, which is where my wife is, so I don't want to go back home, obviously, with the pandemic lockdowns as it is. I don't know when I'd be able to see her again if I left now. So I'm doing paperwork to get me to stay here, and while I'm in the middle of in-between stuff, waiting for permission and basically being allowed to work and live here, my wife commissioned me to work on an animated adaptation of It Feeds on Noodles, the unfinished Invader Zim episode. So that is what I'm doing now. It's based off of a fanfic that she saw online that she really liked. So yeah, it'll be pretty fun. And then, you know, later in the second half of the stream, I'm going to sit down and discuss my designs for IZTDM for the characters and how, you know, because it was a little controversial what I did with the head shapes and all the weird random changes. So I'm going to go back in and re-look at that and see what I can tweak to make things more appealing to a wider audience. So anyways, that's what I'm doing right now. Yes. Okay, so this one, actually, I'm not going to call this table. I will call this desk, because it's more like a desk at the front of the thing. Blur desk. Okay, there we go. Composite foreground. This can be like this. I believe there's nothing else to it there, so that can be safely set aside like that. Div and Gaz. They'll have their, actually, Div and Gaz. That's something I need to work on for the compositing. Div and Gaz need to have their own group because I will be separating them. There will be a div node and a Gaz node later on. Right now they're just the same because it was easier for the roughs. But now that I'm not roughing it anymore and actually going to do it, I need them to be separate for ease of animation. Like comp siblings. Okay, so that's a composite. We got the blur desk, the foreground, the background. Okay, cool. Looking good, looking fine. Let's do like this. Background over here. Booth composite over here. Presumably doesn't need to be that extreme. Move these up, and then when you're going to need a cutter so that I can mask the booths properly. I'm going to call this one. Ooh, actually, you know what? Each booth needs its own cutter. That's right. I almost forgot that because each one's going to have its own situation, and I'll explain everything here in a second. Counter, like a counter, like a table or something. Desk, yeah, desk, countertop. You know, like you would see at a restaurant if you walk up to the front counter. Yeah, counter. Actually, counter is a better word for it. You're right about that. Let me just, for the sake of no confusion, I agree with that. Blur counter. There we go. All right, so booths are right here. Booth mask, move this. Bada bing, bada boom, bada booey. And actually, I'll have the background up here. Leaving that alone, actually. There. Cool. Now I just need two more art layers. I'm going to call this Booth 0 and Booth 1. Actually, you know what? If I want to get technical, and I will, I'll do Booth 0 foreground, Booth 1 foreground, and then Booth 0 BG and Booth 1 BG. That way I have two different layers to work with within these little booths areas. Yeah, there we go. So this will be the Booth 0 section, Booth 1 section. Now for I need another composite node so I can bring them both together. And same with this one. Whoop. Bit out of control there. Sorry. Alright, there we go. Okay, so Booth 1. Comp Booth 1. Comp Booth 2. Okay. So composite for both those. And let me just make them a little more organized than they currently are. I need to relabel the covers too. That's right. There. Now all the nodes are nice and clear and not tangled up like a ball of wires. And it looks organized and neat, which will satisfy my need for organization. Okay. Booth, cut Booth 1 and cut Booth 0. Okay, so, oh, and I need to invert it, that's right, because that'll tell it to only show up where it is. All right, so now, for those of you who are dying to know what the heck this is about, let me just sketch in rough tables, and actually, let me hide everything except the background. That'll work there. Hello. Oh, okay. Just a second, guys. Hello? Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that interruption, guys. My wife was trying to ask me something, and I wasn't hearing my messages because my phone was on silent, and she knew I was live streaming, but it was an important thing to talk about. She had a question regarding something else we were doing later on, and so yeah, it's a whole thing. It's sorted now. I'm back. Alright, so sorry about that. But now we're back to our regularly scheduled program. Actually, one more time, now would be a good time to show you. By the way, hello, Strange. How you doing? Hope you're having a good time. I'm going to show everyone what I've done so far on It Feeds. So let me just switch microphone ports right now. All right. Where did I put that? Here it is. All right, so I'm going to show you what I've done so far. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, the first time. Okay, and turn my mic off.
Come on, Gas, you promised. You remember? I did your chores for a week and let you pick the restaurant twice. We agreed you let me pick this time. Besides, it's not my fault Bloaties is temporarily closed. I'm not the one who called the health department.
I know you didn't. That's why you're still breathing. But if I ever find out who did, they are going to pay.
And I'm paying, so I should pick the restaurant.
You found money in one of Dad's coat pockets in the closet.
A coat he hasn't used in months. Besides, if I didn't, we'd still be fighting over that one orange in the fridge. I can't believe Dad forgot to get groceries again this month.
I can. Fine. I guess it's better than nothing.
This looks like a pretty good place. A little weird looking, though.
You think everything is weird.
Wasn't this place smaller on the outside?
Good evening. How would you like to try our succulent special? Everything delight. It has everything in it. Okay.
And that, oh, hang on. And that last shot right here is the one we're currently working on. So now you're all caught up. And yeah. So anyways, I will work on my design stuff later with Invader Zim, but for now we're doing this. How's everyone's day been, by the way, for those of you who haven't talked about it yet? I hope you guys are having a good time. I myself am having a phenomenal one. Just get back to work here. Alright, camera. Alright, so anyways, as I was going to demonstrate what I did here, so you see these cutter nodes and mask nodes. Oh yeah, and that reminds me, the mask nodes need to be extended all the way back to the start. Haha, good thing I caught that. Right there. Good. Now that they're all over the place. So what I've done here is I've drawn these mask nodes, and let me show you what one of them looks like. Right here. So this node, it like covers up this whole area right here. And when you're looking at the background, you'll see that the area it covers there, background. The area it covers up comes out of this booth area right here and comes out that way. There's a good reason why I'm doing this. So booth 1, let me draw them in. Let me hide that and hide that again and just apply it to there. So let's say I'm drawing a table here, you know, and I do like that, and maybe I draw, you know, a chair also. This is very rough, but you get the idea. And like that, and maybe someone's sitting in the chair. Let's pretend I draw that, and like a outline of someone. Anyways, if you look, it hides everything that's not in the actual zone that I drew in there. It like masks it, so make sure nothing hides there. That way, I can draw to my heart's content here and not have to, like, you know, stop right here and try to match the wall outline or anything. It can just be how it is. And so that's why I've masked those two. So for now, let me work on the booths. Oh, and also bring back my reference image because I need that. Where is, let me extend this to frame 340 frames in this shot, so I'll extend it to frame 340. Doing good, get to spend the whole day with your dog. Oh, score. That is a day well spent. Puppies are fantastic. Yay. I would say that's a win. That's a win in my book. What do we got here? Why do I have two things labeled booth 1 foreground? Oh, that's background and foreground. Oh, right. Because I drew like that. Okay. I'm just marking them up so I can extend them. There we go. Now we're all prepped to draw. So what do we have here for the table? It looks like it has purple floor, ceiling, and stuff. All right. This is the background, so this is actually the chair. I'll draw the chair first. has the layered spider legs that I drew. That's right. Epsilon, hello. How are you doing? Nice to see you stop by. I'll be working on the Invader Zim design stuff later on in the stream. I got for the next hour or so. I'll be working on the. For the next hour or so, I'll actually be working on this this animation for It Feeds on Noodles, and then after that, I'll be working on the design stuff that I wanted to do. So stay tuned for that if you're interested. Doing good? Nice. Glad to hear it. My day's been pretty chill so far. Have some school stuff you need to get in while. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, you'll have to bail, but that's okay. You gotta deal with it, right? It is just how it is. Yeah, I get you. Well, you're welcome to hop back in whenever you want, or if you want to check the archive of the stream later, of course, you know? Not an issue at all. And, I think I drew some buttons on the chair as well. I think I've replicated the chair decently there. Yeah, okay, cool. So now, drawing, optimize, move extra strokes. And I've had this issue actually with the black color here on this palette where it doesn't actually want to flatten, and I don't know why. But it will if I change it to another color and change it back. Not sure what that's about. Drawing, optimize, remove contour stroke. There we go. So now that's a solid object. I can go ahead and color it. Cool, and since these are background objects, I'm going to be a little cheeky and just duplicate it onto the other background object. Oh, nope. We're going back up. And we'll just grow it up in size so it's bigger and fits there. And I'll just flip it so that it's not quite the same. There. Good enough. Charlie, hey, how you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I myself am. Just drawing more It Feeds animation. And then later today I'll be working on Invader Zim design stuff. Talking about that. Hi, you're on stream.
Hi, sorry to interrupt.
Hang on, hang on everyone. Stream, let me go to be right back. Alright, transition. Alright, back. Sorry again for the interruptions on this stream. I knew it would happen though, because this is outside my normal schedule. Yep. So anyways, back. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the chairs, that's right. And there's one detail I kind of forgot to do on the chairs, so let me go back in. And this will be easy enough to add. I just had this like pack thing, this like, I'll make it 25 thick, 24 thickness, whatever. And I'll draw behind everything. I did this sort of thing with the chairs in another shot, so I might as well, for the sake of consistency, do it again in this shot. There. And I believe I colored it gray. I don't know why. It's a spooky restaurant with supernatural scary stuff. Does it need to have a reason? Really? Nah, it doesn't. Okay, blue foreground, background, mask. Blue foreground, we'll just draw tables in. And the tables, I think I remember those by hand now. I can do those by heart. It's just a circle. Well, a well-drawn circle. A well-drawn circle. Let me do it this way. What was that we were saying earlier about circles being the bane of my existence as an artist? This is the example. Are the chairs alive? Nah. No, they are not. They're just chairs. The occupants in the chairs, when I draw them, are alive though. They're just spooky people in the spooky restaurant. Ah, there we go. Cheap circle tool to the rescue. Yep, exactly. You and I are on the same wavelength. Now to fix that, I need to flatten it. And again, don't know why it won't flatten. In fact, why don't I just nip this in the bud right now by creating a new color, making it black, and then calling it the other one. Then, yes, I'll delete that one. Make this the new black color. And then fix everything else. So, I'm going to go back through and fix the other stuff that has the black color, but I can't stand this anymore. I shouldn't have deleted it, actually. I should have left it alone and then, okay, yeah, and then do like this. Ah, okay. Guess I'm doing it this way. I doubt I'd buy an expensive circle tool, lol. It's a shape. Yeah. Cheap circle tool to the rescue. Didn't even mean it like that, but you're right. Why would you buy an entire tool like that? That makes no sense. Everything that's now green, I'll paint it black. This way I know what I need to change. And then I'll delete it when there's nothing attached to it. Okay, I don't think anything is, so I can get rid of it. Yep, okay, cool. There. Hopefully the problem, whatever was glitched up with that color previously, is fixed now, where I couldn't flatten it. But moving on to the thing I was already working on. If you think Invader Zim is cute, no. Invader Zim is not cute. It's supposed to be morbid and dark. Cute? Disgusting? Invader Zim is not cute? Zim himself would be horrified at the thought. Okay, Anyways, back to our regularly scheduled madness. Good enough. And now the tabletop. Go back to the drawing. Drop the line thickness to 5 or so. Oh, you have to go. Dang it. Ah, all right. Well, see ya. I'm glad you were able to stick around. Bye. Hope you have a good one. And you know, if you come back later, great. If not, hope you have a fantastic day. Take care. And oh no, that's too far. Where are the boundaries? Let me just. Okay, so the boundaries are like right here. Not like that. Zim is cute. No, he is not. That's weird. I never understood why people think some people think he's cute. I always thought he was creepy and weird. I like him. He's a fun character, but I always thought he was incompetent, evil, creepy, and weird. Not cute. Never understood that, actually. There's a sizable portion of the fan base that really has the hots for Zim, and I do not get it. Oh no. There. Yeah. Oofy, have a wonderful day. Yes. Oofy is right. Ah, no. There. No. There. No. There. That'll be good enough. I need that. And then I can duplicate and replicate and do all that jazz. It's not doing it again. Oh my gosh. The line art color. It's not flattening. Why? Why won't it flatten? Is it because it's pure black? Is that it? And why is this? Hang on. Why is this? It's different colors? What? Why is it different colors? That makes no sense. Hang on a second. What is this? This is true. People, it's true. It's a wide fan base. Also, I have no clue why, but noodles make me think of barbecue chicken. Well, there's a segue. Noodles make you think of barbecue chicken, huh? But yeah, you guys see that, right? Oh wait, is it because... Oh, it's set as a gradient. That's why. Okay, never mind. Maybe that's why it wasn't able to... Hey, wait a second. Was that why this whole time it was unable to flatten? Was because it was set as a gradient and I just didn't realize it? That's it, isn't it? Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, so that's why I couldn't flatten it this whole time. It wasn't glitched. It just had it set as a gradient when it was supposed to be a solid color. Okay, yeah, so let me explain. For those of you who don't know what I'm rambling about, I've just discovered why it wasn't flattening properly. My gosh. Okay, so let me emphasize it. So it was actually like this. You know, even if it was green and black, even if both colors were pure black, the fact that it's a gradient means I can't flatten it because the computer sees, you know, these as conflicting information. You know, like this is one color, this is another, even if they're, yeah, so even if it is both the same color, like what if I make them both bright green? The computer still says, yeah, sure, they're both bright green, but one is one peg of the gradient, the other is the other end of the gradient, so I'm not going to flatten that. This needed to be switched to solid, and now if it's black, my gosh, this whole time I thought my program was just borked. Instead, I was the one who was borked. Goodness gracious. Okay, that's hilarious. I can't believe I messed it up so bad. Drawing, convert to brush strokes. And Control-A, Control-Shift-F. And then drawing, optimize, remove contour strokes. There we go. Brilliant! Okay, we're back in business. That was so silly of me. My gosh, that was dumb. That was so dumb. Okay, very good. Let's get this done with carpet. Good. I believe this was the ceiling color in the middle and carpet on like that. I believe that's the color palette I had it at. If not, it's close enough. It's a background detail. No one's going to pay that much attention to it. I'm sort of making it up on the fly as I go anyways. And we'll transfer it to the booth one foreground. I'll do this too. Ah, okay, yeah. That'll be there. Okay, looking there. And now I'll resize the chairs to accompany it. Now that I have a more full image of the environments for each of these booths in mind, I can do like this. Can't poke out from behind there. I can do like that. Yeah, that would work. That'd be just fine. I was the one who was borked. It was me. Yes.
I was borked all along. Me! I was borked!
Okay, table. There we go. Scale it down a little and do like that. Yep. Oh, and the masks definitely need to be fixed because it's cutting into that a bit much. Yeah. There. And then booth 1 mask also.
Yeah, no. I like, that's the thing I want to do with IZTDM too, is invite people to draw them in a wide variety of styles. I kind of do want every person, like I wanted to do a multi-animator or multi-artist project and like have a wide variety of styles that everyone can tackle and stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah, I know about the unreleased episode Return of Keith. Fun fact about that one, they were originally going to have Keith die, like by just exploding. But Nick disallowed it, saying, no, you have to bring him back. So he was bursting into confetti, but then came back. They were originally just going to have him explode. Yes. I remember that. That was funny. Yeah, I'll fix the line art on the background here in a second, because we have areas like this that are a bit of a problem, but I can't work on that right now. I got to work on the table and stuff. So let's see, which one is this? This is this booth. Okay, so time to draw a mysterious, hunched over figure sitting here. I don't know, generic character, does not matter. It's gonna be just a silhouette anyways. They did want to off Keith, yes they did. They also wanted to off Dib actually, believe it or not. Bad Rubber Piggy was supposed to be them. That was supposed to be the last episode Dib appeared in. But again, Nickelodeon said, no, you can't just kill off a character like that, especially a main one. It was so funny. Jonan and them they were wanting to go very much all out on this stuff. Oh, no. Where was it? That's the one that's the layer I'm working with. Don't work on the wrong layer, my gosh. There's another mistake you can easily make as an artist. Oh, that's mistake numero uno if you mess up real bad. You don't want to be drawing for a whole hour and then find out you're on the wrong art layer. My gosh, that would be a nightmare. That would be just so bad. They had to get rid of Keith, yes, and it hurt them. I remember, like, maybe in the script notes, didn't they say it, like, physically hurt them to hug each other? It was hilarious. The misery they inflicted. Actually, one of my least favorite canceled episodes is that or Mopiness of Doom. It's definitely much a fandom thing, a fandom-centric episode. Not high on my things.
Hey, Teacher 12. Hello. How you doing?
Glad you could join the party. I am just working on stuff over here, just chugging right along. I need to create a new layer for... working on It Feeds on Noodles. I'll have a silhouette like that. That'll look fine. And then I'll draw the eyes and the outline, of course. Like so. Glad you're doing good. I'm having a fantastic day myself. What would the show even do with it? Was that yeah, they were gonna replace him with some kid who's like almost exactly like Dib in every way. That's the joke, right? But Nickelodeon's like, no, why? Hey, Nazo, you're on vacation? Sweet! That's cool. Hope you're having a good one. Welcome to the stream. We're just getting started. Actually, no, right now I'm just drawing for the art stream again, or not art stream, for my wife's project on It Feeds on Noodles. So after that, we'll be working on the Zim character design talks, which will be fun. You guys will all have a say in it, and I'll get to understand... Well, I'll be tweaking and improving the IZTDM style that I was working with for the stuff that I draw. I'm having a fantastic day. Everyone else seems to be having a good one, too. Of all the things that Nickelodeon censors, it's weird the stuff that it doesn't. Like, I'm still amazed they were able to get away with one of my personal favorite episodes, Dark Harvest. It was just like so creepy. I'm amazed they were able to get away with that one. So this dude can just be sitting in a chair. That's positioned about right. Since it's a silhouette, I can be real sloppy, and since it's an extra, I can even be sloppier, because it's not like a lot of this is going to be seen in detail. In fact, it's going to be blurred out. A lot of it, because it'll be out of focus slightly in the background. I am using Toon Boom Harmony. I love it, live it, swear by it. It's my favorite art program. I love the cutter effects it has and stuff. They didn't allow Ren and Stimpy, yeah, but I don't know. It's just kind of weird how arbitrary Nickelodeon was with the stuff they allowed and didn't allow. Dark Harvest was a horror show. You got that right. I remember they instructed Kevin Manthe to score it as if he was scoring an actual legit rated R horror movie and not think of the fact that it's a cartoon. And he did. And it was hilarious. That's good. That guy sitting there is good enough. Oh, actually, I gotta get rid of that lower leg. It's kind of cropping out beneath the table. We don't need that. And actually, now that I see it with what's gonna be visible, I'll just thicken up the leg here. Cool. Now's a good time for me to show you guys what I've done so far one more time for the new people who showed up. So I'm working on the unfinished episode, It Feeds on Noodles. My wife is doing an adaptation of it. She found a fanfic she really liked and got permission from the fanfic writer to adapt it into an actual animated thing. And that's what I'm working on right now. So let me show you what's been done so far. You guys are going to love this. Then rewind it, minimize, and I'll mute the everything else, and you'll just get to watch it real quick.
Come on, guys, you promised. You remember? I did your chores for a week and let you pick the restaurant twice. We agreed you let me pick this time. Besides, it's not my fault Bloaties is temporarily closed. I'm not the one who called the health department.
I know you didn't. That's why you're still breathing. But if I ever find out who did, they are going to pay.
And I'm paying, so I should pick the restaurant.
You found money in one of Dad's coat pockets in the closet.
A coat he hasn't used in months. Besides, if I didn't, we'd still be fighting over that one orange in the fridge. I can't believe Dad forgot to get groceries again this month.
I can. Fine. I guess it's better than nothing.
This looks like a pretty good place. A little weird look thinking, though?
You think everything is weird.
Wasn't this place smaller on the outside?
Good evening. How would you like to try our succulent special? Everything delight. It has everything in it.
Okay.
Anyways, so yeah, glad you guys like it. Glad you think it's cool, Peachy12, and see you in a little bit, Silver. Yeah, so this is what I'm doing right now. I'm just gonna continue where I am and just keep on going through it till the project's finished. She has the audio, and she's gonna the audio you're hearing in this that I put together. It's just chopped up and thrown together. It's not the final audio. The voices are finalized, but the sound effects and music and stuff, that's not final, and the timing's a little off on some things. So she'll be polishing it on her end. Right now, I'm just doing strictly the animation stuff. But yeah, I'm glad you guys like it. So sweet. We've got about another 25 minutes or so before I switch over to the art design stuff that I planned on for the earlier part of the stream. But yeah, let's keep going. Just close that. Right, now to continue. And yeah, you're from Germany, so you watch the episodes in German. That makes sense. Excuse me, I am so sorry. I burped. Sorry about that. Gross. Actually, for this guy, I'll do it. I won't. Booth 0 foreground or background now. Can have someone else hunched over here. And I don't want them to all be looking like the same silhouette. Maybe I'll make this a big fat thing, like a big chunky creature or something. Some of these are very obviously not a human. Actually, I could rough it in and then go back. Dib, of course, I thought perhaps could sound like Dib, but other than that, everything's really good so far. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you like it. And yeah, that's the voice actor for Dib that my wife has for the comic dubs she does. If you check out her channel, it's Navi Dooms. She does a lot of Invader Zim comic dubs with a cast that she relies on, and that's the voice actor she uses for Dib for that. So yeah, this is what we're going with now, and what she's using. Not my Dib voice actor, although yeah, she's also doing a really cool thing with the 4-issue arc on the alternate unit, the 4-parter comic series Zim Void. It's called the Zim Void arc from the comic series. She's gonna do the dubs of that. She already did the first episode released, so it's really cool. Yeah, but yeah, she'll be doing more of that later. Okay, so what do we have here? What can I draw for this person's hair? How about I just do like a somewhat, well, I can't, I'll draw it more angular, as it should be. Yeah, this person's hair is just a silhouette, so it doesn't matter how specific I give it. Okay, and then I'll fill that in. And then go down here, do like this, and be like, a wide eye, and then one semi-closed eye, like that. I feel like I could shrink these actually. That's good. Good enough at least. And then I'll do like that. Good. Good enough for these purposes. Flatten it. And then move it into position.
toy around with it until I get it the way I like it. Actually, this person should be facing inwards, like this. There we go. Legs right here, silhouetted. Not a lot of detail needed. Like that.
They really had an obsession with the word Doom.
You're not wrong. Doom. Draw a triangle like this person's leaning on the table. That'll be fine. Cool. These things are done.
Those are the episodes I see that weren't fully animated but also worked on as well. Yep. There was a few that had unfinished audio, and It Feeds on Noodles didn't have any unfinished audio. Like, It Feeds on Noodles was just an episode pitch, right? They didn't even have a script or anything. So my wife is using the crew that she has to bring it to life, this fan fiction that she found. It's going to be really fun. I've seen the behind the scenes stuff. I listened to the audio. I've helped out. It's going to be fantastic.
I'm more than happy to help her with this. This will be really fun. Okay, now as far as the background goes, now that I've done this, let's go back to the background. Drawing, convert, pencil lines to brush strokes, flatten. And now let's fix some of these points where the edges look a little weird. Doesn't need to be perfect, but it does need to not go in so suddenly like that. Need to smooth these out. And just like that, it works. Okay, cool. All right, here though. That. Yeah, I'll leave that alone. Actually, it looks fine like that because those are supposed to come off the edge and stuff. Sweet, so we have that sorted out. Now, as far as the booths go, though, what I am going to do is get a matte blur, and what this will do, we're gonna go booth 0 glow. What this will do is it'll add a slight glow outline around them, like you see in, here, let me pull it up. Where's the reference image? There's the reference image. Like you see I did right here, because the characters and figures are all in the background and stuff of this restaurant with all the smoke hiding them. I've added a slight glow around the outline of all of them and all the props and stuff. That way it's easier to pick up on and quite see what's going on despite the fact that there's fog everywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and do that again here with a glow. So I'm going to go this blue booth 0 glow. We'll start with this as the guinea pig. So comp booth 2, we'll put it behind there. Actually, hang on. What we need is a secondary composite node. Because we're going to filter both these items, the foreground and the background, through that, and then that'll be cut. So I need it like this. So this is booth 0 that I'm working on right now. Let me zoom in. And, oh, it's blurry, right? Because, yeah. I know the whole thing will be blurred because it's not supposed to be hyper in focus. But for now, I'm going to unblur it just so I can see what I'm working with here. Intensity 5, radius 5. No, radius 5's too much. 1. There. That'll be good enough. Actually, I'll drop it down to 3. 1? No, that's too faint. 2? Yeah, 2. 2 will work. All right, and then I'll apply the same effect to the other group. That'll be booth 1 glow. I don't know why I added Z at the end of that. There. Now, and this will be, yeah, that'll be good enough. Right. And so now, yep, the glow effect is there, and now even if it's blurry, no matter what I do, whether I choose to blur it or not, you can still see the faint glow outline still present, so it's good enough to function for this scene. Okay, cool. Next, even though it's blurry, I am going to shade the background, so let me work on that. So let me go to this background. We're going to duplicate it, move it to the side, actually on top. Actually, I need a composite node again. Because Because this background is going to be shaded, and we need this to be the shader. So, BG shader. Node view. Okay, so this is the basis. It's the exact same. I just duplicated the background. What I'm gonna do on this one is I'm just gonna use the line art as a reference, and then I'm gonna go in and shade where I think I want it shaded and stuff. And I'm gonna do the same thing for like a gradient effect later on. But for now, I'm just gonna shade it. So the source of light in this shot is the hallway, and actually the main source is over here. So with that in mind, almost everything's going to be in some sort of shadowy thing. Actually, I can start out with the stuff that's definitely in shadow, like these areas. Right here and here. And then shade whatever the exception is. There's that. Boom, boom. Yes. Okay. Time for an eraser. Oh yeah, and actually a cool effect I can do here. Let me just... So what I'm drawing in red is going to actually wind up not being red later. I'm just using this to mark the areas that'll be in shadow. So that's what I'm doing here. Nice, okay, cool. Cool. This I'm adding a little shadow to because these are supposed to be slightly extruding from the wall. And like that. And this is going to be a pain in the butt to mimic, so I'll just do like this. Nice. And yep. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the line art layer, or the line art color, and I'm going to label it as a protected color. What this means is when I go in and start erasing things, it won't erase the black things, the outline. It'll leave that protected. So yeah, and so when if I were to just do this, you'll see the black part is left untouched, and that's important. So there. There we go. You're hearing me press the shift key a whole bunch because the shift makes it go straight as an outline. That's why that sounds like that. And then to give it the illusion of depth, I'm leaving the top part of this as let me drop the width of the brush. Let me make it 10. Yeah, okay. To give it the illusion of depth, I'm erasing the shadow on the top part of these railings. That way it looks like there's something sticking out to catch the light. And just like that, it looks more like it pops out more, you know, it gives it more depth to it, and that's important. So yeah, next step, the shadow. Yep, there would be a shadow extruding right there, so let me just paint it underneath. Yeah, I'll do it like that. And then the fronts of the wooden boards, I'll have them acting like they're catching the light right there. And then the last thing on the list of what to do for this shot would be the sides. Then I would basically replicate the entire process and do the gradients will be next. Because with Invader Zim backgrounds, there's two elements. There's the flat shadows and then there's also the gradients. So it's important that I do both to complete the entire image and not just one or the other. So the part of the board that would be in shadow would be the part that's like this. And I'll touch it up here in a second. So when I say touch it up, I mean get rid of these divots. There. There we go. And I better fill that in. Ah. Nice. And then I gotta erase the parts that aren't supposed to have shadow on them for detailing purposes. So like that, and that right there. There we go. Nice. Okay, so that's a very simple shot to shade. Honestly, if you want the truth, this is a very relatively simple one. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use that. Let me get a cutter tool. I'm going to call this one BG Shade Cut, or Cut Shade BG. Yeah, whatever. I need to keep my naming conventions the same so that it's universally, you know, recognizable between projects and shots and stuff. Background shader, that's the matte, meaning telling it where it's going to show up. This is the image that we're doing with, and then we're going to tell it we're going to call it blend tool. Oh, and also the brightness and contrast to adjust that. So what I'm going to do, I'm basically going to make a darker version of the environment, and that's what's going to be shaded, you know. Yeah, so back, I've had my headphones in the whole time, just couldn't type while I was feeding the cats and had to go to different rooms because they fight. Gotcha. Understood. Welcome back. Glad you were here with us. Okay, so we're going to do this shade BG, and it's going to be brightness. So brightness, shade, background, and then blend, shade, background. Cool. I'm gonna set it to multiply mode. When you multiply, it like puts two colors together. So actually, let me just show you what it looks like. So rendered, you see here how the dark spots of the image they're basically the image itself that's been multiplied and added to it. And that looks good as is. Don't get me wrong, and I like multiplying as a filter for shadows because then it's you give it more richness and stuff. It's not just turning the dimness down. Because if you basically take a black and make it transparent and throw it over it, yeah, it'll make it darker and it could function as a shadow, but you're missing out along a lot of richness of color that you could do with that. So that's why I did it this way. Excuse me. And then now, as far as the brightness and contrast goes. If I drop the brightness by like 50%, then you get darker shadows, which is what I want. So I'm going to do that, save it as legacy brightness for whatever reason. Don't know what that does exactly, I just know it helps. And there we go. Bob's your uncle. Bada bing, bada boom. We've got done shading. And now moving on, I will work on the fights are ridiculous. They sent me urgent care 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yikes. Good grief. Talk about... I mean, it sounds like those kitties need an attitude adjustment. Goodness gracious. Anyway, so background shader there. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to basically repeat the process I just did, only with gradients, so that the background has a gradient effect. So let me just duplicate my shader layer here. We're going to call this BG, or grad BG for gradiated background. And then we're going to, same exact thing. We're going to need a cutter, a brightness, contrast, and a multiplication node. It'll filter through all these. And then it'll stack up on top of everything else to add more depth to it, which is what we want, of course. make that easier to stand out so we know what's going on there. And we'll call this one brightness grad BG. And while we're at it, I'll just preemptively drop it to 50 because that's roughly the area I want to work with. I might adjust it later, but that's roughly what I want. Then we're going to call this blend grad BG. So we know that we're blending for the gradient and the background, and we're also doing the other effects to it. Let's go to the gradient now, and since I duplicated it from the shading, it looks like this. Not what we want. Now it's strictly going to be gradient, which is a lot easier to work with. So let me do it like this. I'm going to make a gradient. One end is going to be, it's going to be radial, first of all, a circle. And then one part of it's going to be completely transparent. The other is going to be completely not transparent. Then all I do, let me make 3 different ones, actually. One for the x-axis, one for the y-axis, and one for the z-axis. So we'll start with red for the horizontal axis. And this is just so I can tell them apart, and it's easier for me later on. So there we go. So right now, obviously, they're all sorts of different colors, and if I were to do it like this, it would look ugly. So what I go is I highlight the ones, I use Control-Shift-A to select the ones that are with the current color, and then I go in here to Edit Gradient/Texture, and when I start moving this around with all of them selected, look at this. It makes it universal. That way it actually works that way. It looks good. So yeah, and actually now that I look at it this way, I kind of did it inside out, because if I think about it, the light source is over here, meaning the shadow should be moving from left to right instead of right to left. So let me take this and swap it so that, that this end is completely colored in and this end is completely transparent. That's more like how the gradient's supposed to be for this shot. And I'll have to probably create a few different gradient textures, a few more, depending on what I'm doing here, but we'll see. For now, I'll just work with it like this. And let me adjust where it starts and stops so that it has more of a fade in and the fade out. There we go. I think that looks better. Now for this one, and while I'm at it, I might as well do this to all of them. I'll do all of them like this so that it gets a clear image across. Oh, you gotta keep them all separate. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That would explain, and because the female cat, yeah, I get it. Instinct takes over and they're at each other's throats. That makes sense to me. Okay, so let me select these. These will all be the same since they're along the same axis. That. And then the blue ones, also along the same axis, but in this case, actually separate because I'm doing it like this. So they'll be individualized, actually. There we go. Cool. And now when I run this through the multiplication node, magic will happen. I just need to do it properly. So gradient background, brightness contrast. I need to bring this up to the front, the blend mode. And I'll drop it by -100 just so we can go over the top and really see what I'm talking about here. And look, behold, I mean, it might be hard to see on here, but it's gradiating. It's going backwards and stuff. Like, the further this way you get, the darker it is. The further that way you go, the lighter it is. And this completes the sort of tone I'm looking for in the image. You see, with a little bit of color banding, I'll have to deal with that later. Yeah, so there we go. All right, short break time. Time for a short break. This is where I'm going to leave this shot for today. I'll be working on it in my spare time, so unfortunately, guys, chances are you won't be seeing it come to fruition and finished. because I'm gonna keep working on it throughout the week, and you'll just, when the next live stream happens this coming Saturday, it'll just pick up wherever I happen to be in the project. So I don't know, it'll be a random place. But thank you guys so much. We're not done with the live stream yet. Just gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk Invader Zim's design for my art project and stuff for IZTDM. So take care. I will meet back here in, let's say, 5 minutes or so, not too long. And yeah, and also glad you like it. Yes, thank you. Glad you like it. Yep. Okay, so see you guys in a second. Hello, back. Hello, everybody. Hi, we're back. We're back up and running. I don't know where everyone went. A lot of them probably realized I was on break, but I don't know. Some people might just be like, you know, like Silver was doing, just listening but not interacting. You know, that's probably what's happening with a lot of people. But here we are, and I'm going to try and take as much of your considerations in as possible. I know my entire subscriber base isn't exactly here, so I'll keep that in mind. But the designs that I'm doing for IZTDM. Now, I know I am still wanting to have multiple inputs and make IZTDM a multi-animator project. Might still do that, it might, or I might not. It might be easier if I was just drawing it all myself, you know? I'm still torn on that, but I do know I'm going to have people helping me as far as the layout and like rough storyboards and stuff go, because that's just super helpful. Yeah, thank you. Welcome back. Yes. But as far as the stuff that I will be drawing, because regardless of what route I take, I still will be drawing elements of it myself. So I'm wanting... Oh, hi. Okay, yeah, you go make food. Save some for me. But as far as the elements that I am drawing myself go, like character design and stuff, I want to nail what it is that people like and don't like, because I'm not sold on the style I came up with. You know, I'm just this. This is not exactly... Let me see here. This, not exactly high on my list of stuff I like. I don't know, something about it's just off, and I've had too many people comment on the animation I did, thinking, and like the Urkin design, they've made some vulgar comparisons, number one, that I will not be repeating here, excuse me, for the sake of keeping the stream more family friendly, but also, people just don't like it. They're too confused by it, it catches them off guard, it's too distracting and jarring. So yeah. But then, on the other end of the spectrum, we have this, the show itself, basically drawing it the same way the show always draws it. I mean, there's a little details different here or there, but you get the idea. Where it's too familiar, and I feel like if it's going to be mainly still images, I kind of want to compensate in a way and kind of make it my own, so that to send a signal to people like, hey, you know, don't take this too seriously, you know, sort of stuff. Silver with the wide eyes. Yeah. So anyways, I was just gonna I was gonna ask people's opinions on it, like what you do and don't like about it, the elements themselves, like, and I could list the things that I do and don't like about these designs over here, having had time away from it. The stuff I don't like, all the wrinkles were an attempt to make them look more bug-like, but in the end it just backfired spectacularly. So all the wrinkles and stuff. You haven't left yet? Oh, cool. You never thought it looked like that? Yeah. Well, anyways, so yeah, the wrinkles and stuff, I'm not the biggest fan of. Personally. The body right here, I don't know what's going on with that. I think I just made it too long, and that's something I fixed in these sketches here, as you can see. That's going to be fixed regardless. The side eyes are a big part of what makes it look strange. Yeah, I think so too. And I was doing that to make it look more bug-like, you know? I wanted the Urkas to look real buggy and stuff. Like, even over here, it's very odd. But if we go back to the footage of what I did do, let me see on my old files on IZTDM. Concept art, maybe? No, that's not. Oh, the dog's barking. That's fantastic. Sorry about that, guys. New, maybe? I'm trying to find the concept art I was working on to get another idea, because there were some other elements that I'm not quite a fan of that I wanted to discuss that are like, you know, more universal. Like, okay, here, for instance, what works as a piece of fan art and what works with a full animated thing that I'm wanting to do are two different things. Like, I really love how this tack fan art turned out. I did. It's fantastic. But I don't know. Something about it's just off-putting if you were to be like looking at this the whole time, you know? Someone says, Silver says, I like both designs. He looks more horrifying with the wrinkles and it's jarring, but I figured it was supposed to be. That's true too. Yeah, it was supposed to be a little jarring and stuff. And like, as far as using it in fan art goes, I'm still gonna draw fan art this way because I love it. I love drawing fan art this way. Like, you know, Like I did this stuff of the family. This is one of my favorite pieces of fan art, mostly because of the colors. But yeah, see, stuff like this. I love it. But now where did I put... It's going to be under Finish Animation. Yeah, it is under Finish Animations. Somewhere in these files... Yeah, was the Irken design. Yeah, I wanted to make him look more bug-like, and this is closer to what I did in the animation. It kind of evolved past that. And yeah, definitely looks like a bug, and I'm not gonna lie, yeah, creepy and cool. But the wide eyes on the side of the head really were throwing people off. I was just going crazy with the experimental stuff here because, you know, I just felt like it. And then, of course, Enter the Flurpus didn't help but encourage me because of how crazy the designs were in that alternate dimension thing. You know, at the end of the Flurpus when it was all the different styles and stuff. That did nothing but encourage me, you know? So that was another thing here. I did like how these guards turned out. What I do like about it, can I just say what I do like about it is how bug-like they turned out. That being said, maybe I can achieve the same bug-like feel without it being too dramatically different from the show. Personal opinion. What else did I actually enjoy about it? I did like... and here, obviously, I based it all around this design I did for the Almighty Tallest because, my gosh, I am in love with how that turned out. Did I do another design for them or no? I thought I did somewhere and like saved it on my computer, but maybe not. I thought I had another piece of concept art lying around here where I did that. I'm not going to take up too much of your time, of course, but I thought I had that saved here. Concept? Nope. Like animated? Nope. Whatever. It's not even worth it right now. But yeah, that sort of stuff was like, you know, I think I ran away with the creativity there, and in hindsight, not my best decision. Let's just say. If it's a choice between what I currently have and the original art style, probably best to go with the original art style, not gonna lie. But yeah, what I liked, the clothing, of course, the clothing design and the limb proportion designs, pretty much enjoyed that. Definitely enjoyed how spindly everything was, but, you know, there's a few other things I didn't like is all. So I wanted to get everyone's inputs right now, and we'll just come together and nix the stuff we don't like, put in stuff we do like, and sort of get more feedback from the community on this. Because it's serious that I really need to come in and do this. It does look good in the concept. I think the wrinkles should be removed. Other than that, it looks okay. Not the best, but it could use some words. Yeah. So, whoa. So when you say the concept, are you talking like the artwork I had pulled up? And actually, why don't I just import those files too while I'm thinking about it? Yeah, let me just drop this in here. Insert this new layer. Yeah, so you're talking like this concept. You like the eyes? You think the eyes spaced apart look fine there? Our concept for the original drawings of Irken's. Yeah, actually, there's a good point. The original show Bible was fantastic. Can I find a Invader Zim show Bible? Because back when they were doing the pilot and stuff, they had some really snazzy designs. It was really cool. Yeah, like look at this stuff, and you know the Almighty Tallest. Oh wait, I can insert that. Okay, I'll just do a screenshot then. Whatever. I'm not afraid to do a screenshot. But yeah, look at this. It's just really cool stuff. I love the design on it. It is so much more creepy and weird, and like very much like his Jonan's work on JTHM and the other stuff that he did there. And while I am not a huge fan of JTHM, like it's a bit too extreme for me and stuff, a bit too extreme for my taste, I am so in love with the art style. Like, it is some seriously good stuff. Let me see if I can find one that's not, that's more, that I would like to be able to show, maybe a little more tame drawing that I'd be willing to show on screen. Yeah, here, for sure. Yeah, look at this stuff. That's really cool. I love the art style Jonah got going on here. I love it, and it's a little more rugged and complex than the Invader Zim style. Like, Invader Zim's actually a little more simplified compared to his work on JTHM and Squee and stuff. So I was kind of leaning more towards that, or at least, you know, the antithesis of what a lot of the fandom does, which is make Zim and stuff look more cutesy and stuff. I wanted to lean the opposite way with that and make things a little more grotesque, but I think I went too far. I made it too shocking. So I think we're all agreed that the wrinkles on the Urkins can just go. You know, let me know in the comments, but I think we're all in agreement that that can just be done away with for sure. Like what I've done here. Let me pull this back up. Like the wrinkles can just be eradicated. We can forget those ever existed, and things would be perfectly fine. But as far as the other elements that I added in, and some tweaks and stuff, we need to really have a talk about that. More grungy. Yeah, grungy's a good word. Very much grungy. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. And actually, the beautiful part about this stream from here on out, I'm going to start sketching things and just throwing ideas at the wall and seeing what sticks. This is not high stakes at all. I can just chuck things around and see what I like. Like, for example, ever since Enter the Florpus, minor spoilers for Enter the Florpus if you haven't seen it, but I think everyone here has because we're Zim heads, we're Invader Zim fans, and we're just going to go nuts with it. But if I can find the artwork I did, I had an idea for Professor Membrane based off the Enter the Florpus reveal with the robot arms. I just thought this would be a cool design that I'm definitely going to use for Professor Membrane. Like, there's no way you're going to convince me not to. With, like, these robot arms just sticking out of his cloak and just like this, you know? And, this looks really cool. I had this idea, and I know I drew this, so I'm sort of just, you know, tooting my own horn here. I'm going to stick with this, a design for Professor Membrane. This is just how he's going to look in IZTDM. Sorry, like, that's it. Epsilon says, I like Zim in the middle. All right. So we have the Zim in the middle. You mean dead middle right here. Do you mean... we'll label them. A, B, or C. You meant A, or did you mean B? Let me know, because I really do want to nail this down. And while we're at it, I could try a few different other things. While we're at it, I'm going to come over here in the corner and just sketch a little tiny version of Zim. I find sketching things small and then scaling them up helps when I'm trying to come to design choices. You meant A. Okay, cool. So A, the in-between stuff. Yeah, okay. What I like about what I've done with my redesigns, and A has elements of this, I was torn on the eye length, like the wide eyes, bug eye stuff for the Urkins. If I include it, it's not too distracting. And for the record, A and B are basically the same thing, just with a mouth closed sort of thing. Without the smile, he looks decent. Maybe it's just the way I drew the smile too, you know? Maybe that particular style of smile is kind of weird. Maybe I could, let's just draw over it real quick. Maybe if I change the way I drew the smile, you know? So, let me change it up a little. New Zim looks cool. Hey, Robert! Nice to see you. Thank you for stopping by. When you say New Zim looks cool, are you referring to A, B, or C? Or are you just talking about the one of these ones over here? Let me know, because I would love to have your opinion. That's definitely what I'm here for, is everyone else's take on this stuff. Okay, I'll just rough in the neck. It doesn't have to be perfect. Basically, this is that. Okay, got the head outline roughly the same. And now, let me see. If we have him smiling in this, I could draw it like Jonan always draws it, with like the cheekbones jutting out, you know? And let me white over it. I think the smile should be more smaller. Smaller, tinier. Okay, more concise. I'll try it both ways, actually. I will definitely try it both ways. Because Jonan sometimes does this stuff in the characters where the mouth is over the face of the characters. That's also a thing that happens a lot. Oh, actually, no, never mind. You're right. Smaller and concise is right. Let me undo that. That's a bit too CalArts for my taste. Let me just do it like this. Rough idea. So you mean some? Well, now the chin is too big, but I get what you mean. Something like that to a degree. Okay, not the right shape of the teeth, but I'm just going to rough things in here. Actually, what he usually does with a smile, if I were doing a head-on view. See, it looks good because, you know, I think the originals can't be replaced. It's just nostalgia when it comes to designing in Zim in general. That's a good point, too. Maybe I could essentially make it Zim, but with, like, slight tweaks. Like, well, first of all, let me finish one thought before I move on to another. How about that? I'm getting too excited. I love actually inputting with you guys and designing things and coming up with ideas and stuff. That I like it too much. And you're right. Nostalgia's a huge factor. Like, people will like it, but I know there's things I'm not going to be able to replicate with the show. Oh, and the other reason I was trying to change the style was to make it easier. Ooh, that looks ugly. Make it easier on the voice actors for IZTDM, because if I draw it exactly like the show, then when people watch it, subliminally you'll be expecting it to sound exactly like the show, which cannot be achieved. So I thought, well, okay, I'll have to fix that smile some other time, but I thought, well, if I wanted to go easier on the voice actors, I could make it slightly different or a different style. The one with the wrinkles on his head. You actually like that. Yeah, a lot of people did like that. And I kind of understand why, but I think I'm going to crank it back and make it more like the actual show. Because I designed that a while ago, and now that I'm thinking about it, I'm just not sure I dig it, you know? I'm not sure I dig it. I think it's too jarring for too many people. And even if I did like it in hindsight, even if I'm not looking back on it and being like, no good, too many people disliked it for me to justify keeping it, because it's too distracting for most of the audience. Okay, I can't draw a smile to save my life right now. When's it coming out? Whenever I can get done with it, man. Right now I'm working on the audio for IZTDM. I'm compiling the voice actors' audio. Everything's been recorded for the audio for the voices. I just need to compile it and polish it. And then I need to work on storyboards, and then I need to work on drawing and stuff and finalizing it. It's going to take years for it to come out, so not anytime soon. That's what I can say. And it's been going on for years, too. I think I started it in, like, 2013. Yeah, so, you know, that's just how it is. Anyway, so that's sort of the right smile, I think. I think the eyes on the side of the head are going to cause problems in the long run. Anyways, what I was going to say with design number C here, let me find, what layer is it on? It's on this layer. Oops. Yeah. Okay, so let me copy and paste it. And let me recreate it exactly as it is in the original Invader Zim, because there's only a few small tweaks that I can make, and it would look exactly like the show. And that's the thing that I find interesting. Let me just draw this, get rid of that. It's basically Zim with more detail is all. And maybe that's the right way to go, now that I look at it. I mean, it doesn't have to be crazy, it just adds a little sort of flair to it, and that's good enough. The antennae are different. It's so subtle too, you know? This is... oh yeah, here, the middle part. Yeah. See, I got new messages. I'll check that in just a second on the chat log. Oh, thanks for saying. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Wish it was coming out sooner, but you know, it is what it is. Gotta be patient at least. At least it won't be rushed, you know? And you know, the reason it takes so long is because I have my own life stuff to deal with, and you know, that's just how it is. Just zoom with very slightly different. Yeah, very slightly difference. It's Zim with just tiny, minute differences. Maybe that would be the best route to take, because then I can still make it my own. And it's less like I'm replacing Zim and more like I'm enhancing it. You know, it's like if we viewed it with a more detailed lens. Okay, so yeah, between the two of these here. Oh wait, and maybe I should also color in the antenna, because those would be black in the actual thing, just to get a better idea. Typo. Yeah, I caught that too. So now it's time for a game of Spot the Difference. Let me bring this up and make it the only thing we see on screen so that it's easier to differentiate. Okay, so now we have original Zim, and then if we went with this, the IZTDM version. And now in some dark green, I think, if that shows up. Yeah, that'll show up good. I'm going to highlight the differences, the things I've added. So actually, yeah, let me duplicate that, and one more time I'll move it over. Just for the sake of having a reference that's not corrupted or anything. So we got details on the eyes. And what that means is if I crank up the thing here, what I do when I draw Zim in my style, I have these little lines on the eyes, these little imperfections or bumps or something. That does make him look a little more bug-like in my opinion. It's just a little extra wrinkly and stuff. Not to the extremes that I had it earlier, of course. And, you know, not to the extremes of, for example, my "Be Right Back" sign right here, where you can see what I've did there for the fan art. Not to that extreme, but a little bit of wrinkles on the eyes and stuff go a long way, I think. Little, tiny amount. And then the other thing I do have a slight crease in the forehead that tapers off, just slightly. I also emphasize the temples on the sides of the head here, and I do like drawing this. I think I'm going to keep that regardless because it just adds a little bit of lining to the facial features. Lies! Yes, I am a liar. As far as the antenna go, I just added an extra notch here and skinnied them up a bit to make them more bug-like looking. You know, that sort of stuff. The suit, same thing here. I basically emphasized the ridges and made his suit look more segmented and buggy-like. Same with his legs and arms. I just skinnied them up and make them look more insectoid. That's basically how I did it. Everything else, literally the same as the original. And it's it's the little things that count. Maybe Zim doesn't need a total rehaul anyways. Maybe he just looks good this way. I'm curious to see what someone besides Nazo thinks, though, because I am getting your input, Nazo, but I should probably get other people's input, too. Silver likes it. Yeah, cool. Good to hear. Anyone else? Anyone else thoughts on this version of Zim with just, like, slight little tweaks and stuff? I guess if you wanted to count it, too, sometimes they didn't include thick outlines, but I always include thick outlines when I'm drawing him because I think it looks cool. So, I'll just do the head for now, but you get the idea. I always include thick outer lines because I think it looks more polished and stuff. This is not perfect, but you get the idea. The spike buttons are like what real bugs have, like on their antennas or limbs. Yeah, exactly. So just little knobbits and like little nubbins and stuff. Epsilon says, "I'm a big fan of the change the style but keep the design approach." Right, it's like I'm mimicking it closely, but not so much that it's like you look at it and think, "Oh, copycat." It's like, okay, close enough, and with a little more detail, but it makes it look like the JTHM comics. Actually, if we're bringing it back to that comparison, then this could basically be the IZTDM version. Would basically be Zim if he showed up in a JTHM comic. Maybe if I made it more scraggly and scratchy looking and stuff, which that would look really cool too. Like if I made it a little more scribbly looking, that would actually be a really good thing. You guys think? Like, I don't know. I'm a huge fan of that sort of look. Let me get a sip of my water here. But yeah, this is some good stuff. I think if I were to tone it back and just rein it in a bit, I think I went overboard. We can talk about Did and Gaz's design next, I think, after this. But first I wanted to tackle the main man himself. Actually, I should probably tackle Gur next. Gur I was the most proud of, and I think we can rein back less of the changes and keep it a little more chaotic, because Gur himself is chaos incarnate. But I could rein it in a bit and make it more, like Gur. Anyone else have any ideas at all about this, or do you think this is just really the right way I should take it? Right here. Let me know, guys. Everyone else has ideas. Let me know what yours are. Oh, I'm using Krita. Krita. It's a free drawing program. Anyone can get it, and I highly recommend it. Fully endorse it. But when you get it, if you're wanting to use it, you're gonna have to go to the keyboard shortcuts and create a bunch of your own keyboard shortcuts, because otherwise you'll just have to keep clicking on the individual tools every time you want to do anything, and that gets really annoying really quickly. So, like for example, I had spacebar be my shortcut to drag things around. I have the B button for brush, the E button for eraser, that sort of stuff. And I guess some things can get away with being a little more extreme. You like artistic liberties too. You like to see how things look through someone else's eyes. I guess that's true. That's also a good point. But since I will say, in my defense of changing it again, I no longer like how it looks, for the movie at least, with my IZTDM design with all the wrinkles and stuff. I no longer like how that looks. And I guess that would be true to myself as well, because it's something I didn't like anymore. Yeah, right? The OG Zim looks insane. Well, he's Zim. He is insane. No matter what version of him he is. He is not mentally stable in the slightest. No, I'm kidding. I'm glad you like it. Thank you. Oh, the difference between this and Photoshop is Photoshop costs money. And I don't want to do that. Yeah, I like this. Is it in the App Store? I'm on Chromebook. I don't know if Krita's on the App Store or not. You'll have to check that yourself. I've only ever used it with Windows. So I can't answer you there. Robert thinks that's alright. Yeah, it could be worse, of course. And I think if I go for a more moderate approach with Zim himself, at least people are more forgiving. Like, for example, Membrane, like right here, Membrane, I think people would be okay with that. If this was the Membrane redesign, I think people would be more forgiving of Membrane because he's more of a side character, right? You can still voice your opinions if you think this is just not good at all, of course. I'm not going to shut anyone down. Yeah, Krita doesn't charge an exorbitant monthly fee to use their software. Yes. You like Membrane. Yeah, I'm so sold on Membrane, it's not even funny. You would have to do some serious convincing to get me not to, but that's the point of this stream, is to change my mind and get an idea. Yeah, I don't want to hack Photoshop. It's too much effort, and I know I could probably pirate it, but I don't want to. I like to keep my nose a little clean on that sort of stuff. But this Membrane design, I'm so happy with this. It's not even funny. I think I might at least leave this alone. But I don't know. Once again, it's up to you guys. Because Enter the Florpus, the shocking swerve with him having robot arms, it was funny for a joke, but then again, it was kind of jarring. So maybe that's another case of the wrinkles I put on Zim and stuff, where some people like it, but the others really don't like it. It's either one extreme or the other. So it might be better if I just re-implement his normal arm design. How would that look if I did this, I wonder? How would it look if I re-implemented a normal sort of arms that weren't robot arms? How would it look? Could even have one be a robot arm, but nah. I don't want Membrane looking too alienated from normal. That would still look good, I think. Love the Membrane design. Yeah, I do too. I really, really do. And I think I could pull off the. I think I could still pull off this look, even if his arms weren't robot. This is very rough, you know. But even if his arms weren't roboticized, I think, you know, give him some wrinkles in the coat there. I think it would still look really good. Let me think. Basically, yeah. Thank you, Tion. I'm glad you like it. I really appreciate that. Everyone else, actually, better question. I know a lot of people like this, but anyone who does not like the membrane design or some element of it, please let me know. Because that's the entire point of the stream, is to find weaknesses and make them not be weaknesses anymore. By finding out what people don't like. So, you know, if anyone has anything they dislike about the membrane design, please let me know right now. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so I don't do the Photoshop thing. But anyways, let me emphasize this. Okay, see Epsilon. Thank you for your input. It was very valuable. I did enjoy that. Thank you very much. Nothing's set in stone with this, by the way, guys. I'll still tweak and stuff. If it was one robotic arm, that would have been okay. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like, what if it was just one robot arm? How would that look? It might look really cool. Yeah. Transparency mask. Here we go. That might look really slick. I don't know. Or maybe the other one. That's really cool. I like that too, personally. Remember having the original was better. In the Florpus, that's why I made for the post dive in the movie. Yeah. I thought Enter the Florpus was okay, but it could have been way better. And I think it was the sin I'm guilty of with IZTDM, just going way too bonkers and way too crazy with no restraint. Might be better if I have his both arms be just normal arms, and actually the more I think about it, the more I'm sold on that. Yeah. And basically, in this case, it would just be membrane with more detail. And actually, I could come back in here. Oh, your phone might die, but you'll be back if it does. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the heads up. I know membrane has more of a square head, so maybe I should do that here in this concept art. This was back when I was having everyone have round heads just to make it differentiate more. But maybe I should just do like this. Have it more squarish. And I have some wires coming out the back of his headset, but I feel like that's needlessly complicated. What do you guys think of the wires, by the way? Specific question time. Thoughts on, you know, these wires that just come out of the back of his headset. Let me just draw it in so it's more visible. Yeah. Like coming out and just attaching somewhere down below. ATF was a bit too bright, but you also love that about it. Right, it was definitely a deliberate choice. And it was definitely what Jonan wanted to do. That's the main thing. It's like it was his vision through and through. Not the vision that I would like for Invader Zim, though. I like the dark grittiness way more. But, you know, it was definitely a deliberate choice. And definitely, they knocked it out of the park with the fluidity of the animation. They made it fantastic. I do like that I'm hiding his legs right here. I don't know, something about that's pretty funny. They make him look more sciencey. Good point, valid reason. And it's always, it's Invader Zim. Like, Invader Zim is cyberpunk incarnate, let's be honest. So that's a very good point. And I do like the, I sort of added this myself, but I have like a hairband here that's like sprouting from, like a tear in the cloak to show the robot arm underneath. If that was true, let's see how that would look. But then again, why would he always have why wouldn't he patch up his cloak and just have it, why would he have it in a state of disrepair like that? That would be cool, but why? I don't think it would logically make sense with Membrane himself. Oh, several people, the fandoms of the series is not at best. Oh, well, thank you. I'm touched. Thank you for noticing that. Thank you. I do think the design would look cool, and maybe I could have it ripped later on, but not as my tablet was freaking out for a second there. Maybe not as a default design, but maybe later on, like if he gets it ripped or something. Because there is a scene in IZTDM where Membrane is panicking because he can't find Div and Gaz, and he goes basically goes crazy and stuff. Maybe I can have it like that, you know? He's too busy. There's a good next one. He's just too busy to patch it up. You know what? That makes sense. Let's see. If I did this, let me just make it look more like it's deliberately part of it. It's like for the future stuff where like it gets ripped off or something. Yeah, like in one scene. Because there is one scene at the end, like I said, where we come back to Membrane back on Earth and he's like panicking because Dib and Gaz are off on this space adventure. He doesn't know where they are. He thinks he's lost his kids. And he's like leading a conquest of Earth looking for Dib and Gaz. And like there's flames everywhere and everything. Maybe you could have his arm ripped then and like just exposing the robot arm underneath. And that would fit well. That, I think I'll note that away. That would be a good point. And then we can keep the normal arms for most of it and then have robot arms at the end and we have the best of both worlds. That might be really cool. And it would be a sort of a shout out to Enter the Florpus too. It's all in one. Yeah. Saving this. But I guess apart from that, that's the only other thing. Oh, and like his hairband thing, I'm keeping that, I think. I really like the idea of his hair, rather than just sprouting out of his head, he like has a hair like band thing that it's like bunched up around. I think it's cool. Yeah, and it's not exposed skin, exactly. Yeah, like he would care, you know? As if he would care about something that's not exposed and vulnerable. Oh, okay. See you, Tiaman. Thank you for checking in. That was fun. This was fantastic. I like having people jump in on the stream like that. Take care. Have a good one. And this is also good because, well, I like his hair design here. It's not too drastically different. It's another case of not being too different from the show, but definitely different enough. Because I think his normal hair is more rounded and stuff. But here I made it more jagged and pointy, and I really want to stick with that. Very much in line with what I wanted for that. Yeah, okay, so I'll file that away and keep that in mind. Ignore the Dib and Gaz sketches down here. I just whipped them up at the last minute. They are not referencing what... They are not like what I think Dib and Gaz should look like. It was just a last minute reference thing. Just had to whip it up for a height chart. Well, if we're all okay with that, I'm going to move on. Let me group Membrane here and hide it. Yeah, you like the jagged and pointy. Yeah, see, I do too. And then I like the Zim thing here where I made Zim less, less pudgy and cute looking and more spindly and bug-like with little details here and there to emphasize that. I think that's far better of a take for me to do than other things. Oh, really, Almighty Tall Snoo? You're just changing it up? No longer just a Zim about, so you're just gonna get rid of the old videos and stuff? You're keeping the channel though, right? When you say you're purging the channel, you're not gonna just get rid of the channel itself. You're gonna keep it, right? Also, I'm sticking with the bug design there. I think that's superior. Membrane killing people with a laser sword. I won't show him physically hurting anyone, but I have him. He's going to be piloting a mech suit. Okay, cool, sweet. Well, you do what you need to, man. That'd be fun. And if you want to change it to update it, you go for it. Yeah, but the script's already been written, by the way, Robert. If you want, I can actually link it, I believe, in the comments. I think I can, anyways. If I can't, then I'll link it in the description. But yeah, for anyone who wants to check out the... yeah, I can link it, I think. Let me know if you can see the script I just linked in the comments. But anyways, that's the entire script for the movie. It's already set and done. Everything's set in stone for that. But as far as designs and stuff, we still have more to go. Yeah, and exactly. Just roll with it. Do whatever you want, man. It's your channel, right? Just do what you can. Do it your way. So we got this. I'm definitely sticking with Zim there like that. And then based off of Zim, I'll extrapolate that to the rest of the Irken design. So like, actually here, if I bring in the Almighty Tallest, let me find their design again real quick. Yeah. I did like some elements of this, but not all of them. So why don't I just filter, adjust, threshold. Yeah, oh, don't erase all the detail. Sure, that'd be good. And then I'll erase this one. This head was just me goofing around. Okay, so let me deal with the tallest now. So original, but now, or my original design versus the movie design versus everything else. Let me make the tallest. Let me fix the tallest up. So. I think it's more boxy. That's not quite right. Let me get a better picture of them for reference. Also, let me see what the comments are saying. I sort of tapped away from the YouTube channel. Hang on. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Nah, that's fine. Whatever. Yeah, people have multiple fandoms, you know? What might be tallest? Let's see what we got here. Images. I did not like the Enter the Floorpits change with their thumbs. I liked them better when they just had there we go, I'll use this as reference. I liked them better when they just had 2 fingers. So yeah, oh, I zoomed in too much. The square head and everything. Let's move you over here for reference. Yeah, exactly, right? You just do whatever you want, man. That just looks like a Zim head. I don't want that. Ah, that's it. That's it. That's it. That was it. I needed the chin in there. That makes him look more like the actual show. Better. Much better. The antenna needs to be fixed. I do like their antennas being longer than usual because they're the tallest. I want them to look real gangly and wasp-like. I think that looks cool, and I don't think anyone would disagree on the length of the antennas here, personally. I'll see, though. I mean, that's the entire point of this, but it looks real cool. Into the movie, I didn't realize. Yeah, they did. Enter the Floorpits, they had 3 fingers. Didn't like it. I liked it better with 2. Yeah. Actually, that was pretty much it. I like the idea. I did take this from the original concept of the tallest. With, that's JTHM. Where is the original concept of the tallest? Where was it? Okay, here, yeah. Where did I have the art I just drew? Here, no. Oh, here. Okay, yeah. So, like, the idea was originally that they're floating around in chairs with armrests and stuff, and I thought that was really funny. So, considering the whole they cut their hands off thing that's been funny. Well, yeah, exactly. I thought I like them better with the 2 spindly fingers. It looks cooler. It just does. Like, you can't change my mind with that. But yeah. So yeah, the whole reason I have these armrests here, and if you want, I'll highlight them. I can just fill it in, actually. Oh, whoa. That was it. There. These armrests that just come out of their packs. I just like it. I think it's cool that they have like they're so lazy that they have floating chairs that they just use to carry them around everywhere. Maybe it's just a bit too much, but I kind of like it. I could do without the engine on the back, though. I could do without this. Like, I wanted a reason for them to be floating, but honestly, it doesn't have to be any reason. They just have anti-gravity technology. It doesn't matter. They're the Urkins. They can do what they want. So what do you guys think of this design for the tallest? If this was the design, right, do you think you would have much in the way of objections to it, you know? Or do you think this would work good for it? And while we're there, while we're on this subject, I should bring up some other point about the design of the Urkin pack, which is a huge element of that I need to focus on. So if I can find the thing I had, I'll just re-import it. Do you think the engine makes it funnier? That's a valid point. Anyone else think the engine makes it funnier? Like, just sort of kind of hilarious that they have these little engines going bloop, 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 or whatever noise I insert. Let me bring up better. Yeah. While you're talking, while you're telling me things in the comments, I'm just gonna find the Zim design that I had earlier with the Urkin pack, because that was actually a critical element, and I think I need to redo that or something. Yeah, I drew Zim with like an Urkin pack, and in the pack I have, is this it? Oh yeah. That's not it. Okay. Is that red or purple? It's whoever. They're both the same design, honestly. I was going to have them have slightly different features, but for our purposes, it's the same care. It's whoever. Excuse me. Sorry. Now, where was I? Thought I drew an Invader Zim concept art for Zim himself. I'm trying to. Is this it? No, it's not. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing here. I'm going through my drawing folders and trying to find things. I'll just go to DeviantArt. I know where that's at. Oh, hey, there's an idea. You thought the tallest were wearing hover belts. You know, the entire time I've watched Invader Zim, never once did that occur to me, but it makes so much sense. I've always been curious, like, how are they just floating? I guess it's just because it's funny. But that makes sense too. Anyways, so here, right here with Zim, ignore the fact that the design we're changing. Yeah, we're going to change the design, but the Urkin packs here, like, let me zoom in even more. What I've done with the Urkin packs, I created, like, you can see, like, a chip inside. You know, where they, like, I based the design, and I like this, I really do, where, like, there's, like, a miniature control brain inside, because if you know the lore of the show and the unfinished episodes and all that, and 10 minutes to do, and that sort of thing, you know that the Urkin packs are housing them. Like, everything about their personality and DNA and everything, well, not DNA, but everything about the Urkins that make up their intellect and everything, it's housed inside these packs. And I thought, well, I can base it off the unfinished design that they had going for the Urkin control brains, where they were going to redesign them completely. So let me find Urkin control brain redesigned. They had some redesigns here. If I can find, yeah, here. Here's the redesign they had going. Oh, never mind. Copy image. I'll just copy the image itself. So, like, they were going to redesign this for the episode The Trial, where they were going to completely change how the Urkin control brains looked, from this from their original buggy-looking thing. I mean, from their original, you know, this design, which they had in the actual show. Oops, hang on. Got to take a screenshot of that. This design that they had in the actual show, they were going to change it completely over to this other design, you know, where they would have it all, you know, more brain-looking and stuff. And I thought an interesting middle ground, if I wanted to do the best of both worlds, would be to imply that these brains, this robot-looking brain thing, is actually housed inside of this outer shell. So, like, this is what it looks like on the outside, and on the inside you have something like this. And then by extension, I thought, well, wouldn't it be cool if, like, everything that's computer related for the Urkins is designed around that sort of concept? And so the like, what if that sort of concept is applied to the Urkin packs, you know? So by extension, if I pull up the packed thing that I had here, hi Manny, I don't do requests. Dropped her, dude. No, thank you. But yeah. The pack design I had here, I basically takes that concept and implements it, where I had these miniature, tiny control brain things on the inside of a shell that the Urkin packs look like that brain design anyways. The Urkin packs kind of look like this regardless. So I was merging the two together, and I thought that was really cool. But I want to know what you guys think, because I want to know. This is another case where I worry if I ran away with the concept too much that it would be too weird looking or something. So what are your thoughts, honest thoughts on this sort of stuff? Because I need to have some feedback here, and if you don't like it, it's even more important that you let me know. Because it's too easy for me to be surrounded by people that just affirm everything I'm doing anyways. And like say, oh, you're great, I love everything you're doing. And then that's how we... By doing that, that's how we wind up with an Invader Zim design like this, where not enough people voice their criticisms of it. It might sting at the time, but it's important that I get criticized and that I understand why people dislike what they dislike and like what they like. Because then I can adapt to it and make it the best it can be for whenever this fan film is actually done, you know?
So Silver says they like the pack design. Yes, so... I'm glad you like it, the concept at least. I haven't had anyone complain about that, actually, if you want the truth. No one has complained about the pack design itself from what I've seen. That's just something to think about. Anyways,
I'll be right back. Let me guys know what you think of that pack design concept, though. I'm just gonna head over there and refill my drink and be right back. It's not gonna take long. Hi. Okay, that should be the last time I leave you guys, though. We were just at the halfway mark between the last hour and when I leave. The end of the stream. So, anyways, excuse me. Hello, Ton, by the way. But yeah, it sounds like I don't have any serious objections from people to the pack redesign that I had going on here. So I think for now I'll leave that as is. And just move on. I could come back to that later and just really see what people think. But for now, I think that's fine. And the Almighty Tallus, I think people like the design that I got going on here. Although, now that I'm looking at it, I think the head's too small. So let me just fix that. I know that's a weird thing to be obsessed over, but it's true. I think the head's a little too small. There, much better. It's just a slight detail. Okay, so we're all in agreement on the tallest, basically. I think I can take the direction I chose with Zim and just implement it with everything else that's Irkin related, where I just basically make everything the same as the show, but in more detail. Yeah, that's definitely the thing I could do there. So I just select everything and group it and make a new... So we're agreed on that, I think. Pretty much everyone's like okay with the whole concept, basically the philosophy behind what I'm doing here, of it being just do more of the same, do more of the usual stuff, but make it make it like the show, but with more detail, basically. So I'm gonna keep that. Yeah, I'm gonna keep that in mind, and then with that, I'm gonna bring up a few more things before I have to go today, involving Gur, Dib, and Gaz, which are really the only other things. I could talk about the Massive and the redesigns for the Irkin ships and stuff, but personally, Enter the Florpus, when they had those bumper stickers that were holograms, it gave me the idea to have the Massive itself decorated in like sponsors, like a NASCAR car. And they're like, it's like the Invasion's sponsored by all these Irkin companies and stuff. And I think that, like, personal opinion, I think that is just so Irkin that it's perfect. And I do not want to change that. So the Massive stays, okay? The Massive stays as it is. I'm going to have it looking like this. Thank you. I'm glad you think it looks good. But yeah, I love that idea for the Massive. So I'm leaving that alone. I'm not even going to bring that up to debate. Personally going to overrule any changes on that. But Dib and Gaz and Gur. Let me start with the one that I think needs... Well, let me just start with Gur. How about that? Just start with Gur. Yeah, here. So here's Gur. Let me scale it down so it's easier to see. Good grief, the image itself is too big. So, thoughts on Gur, everyone? Let me know. Thoughts on Gur, thoughts on Gur, thoughts on Gur. Because I could really go any direction with Gur. I'm not really too sold on anything, but I want to know. You fell in love with the Massive concept idea? Thank you so much. And yes, I think it's just too perfect to change. I don't want to change that. I'm glad you loved it. Yes. Absolutely. I loved it too. It was so funny. I won't give you my thoughts on the Gur design yet, because I feel like it would influence everyone. So I'm gonna leave it alone for now and just see what everyone thinks and stuff. And actually, just image, trim to current layer. There. Now it's HD. Now you can get a look at it. Give me your thoughts. It's all good. I just need to know what everyone thinks of the Gur design that I chose to go with. You like how the top part of his head separates. Yeah. I was in love with that concept ever since I thought of it, where like his mouth just being straight across the like top and bottom half of his head, and whenever he talks or yells or something, it just clatters around like really obnoxiously and stuff. Personally, I really dig that. I like that. Personal opinion, but other people might not. Other people might think it's like too crazy and like too out there, kind of like the wrinkles on the Zim design and stuff. So, which, by the way, once again, I do like the final consensus basically oh, here's the other Zim stuff. But I like the final consensus basically being like to draw it like this, whereas Zim is just slightly different. Silver says she likes it too. Grr, I like how he looks. Just the blue on his body should be glass-like, just like in the original. The blue part, you mean like right here? You mean like that part? Because I have an interesting thing to mention about that actually. Whenever he talks, you hear the clanking in the background while he talks. That'd be funny. But yeah, no, this is actually accurate to how they meant it to be. This is the one thing I kept from the show that's just emphasized is it's supposed to be, and this whole time, this is like, you can read the designs and stuff behind it. It's supposed to be a piece of paper just taped to his chest. Like you can see right here, the piece of duct tape holding it, and then right here, they kind of make it look more obvious in Enter the Florpus, which I'm not exactly a fond of Enter the Florpus per se. But that is what they were trying to emphasize with that, and I checked out the design notes and stuff, and sure enough, that's exactly what that's supposed to be, is Grr just has a piece of paper taped to his chest, and that was it. Let me see if I can find the actual design notes about it. Because no one ever talks about it. I think I could have sworn I saw it in the design notes. You thought it was glass all these years? No, I know, right? But no, it's actually paper. It's actually, they just like literally paper taped to his chest. That's why in the old episodes, when he highlights, when his eyes go red, it's just his eyes, and that doesn't change in the older episodes just because it's like that. But eventually they decide to have the paper magically change too, which I'm okay with, whatever. But yeah, it's just a piece of cardboard paper, like a piece of colored paper from all the junk they found lying in the trash can. Isn't that just the funniest thing? I always thought it was hilarious. Let me think of, I could find the concept. Ah, well, I can't find the concept, but you get the idea, right? Like, it's simple enough to understand, and it's... You thought it was glass I was able to open up. I know, right? Yeah, you would think. Totally straight up paper. Totally straight up paper. I have not seen anyone complain about Grr's mouth in the redesign I did here. I have seen people... Okay, what I can specifically point out, people have not liked, and I can see why, and I might change this completely. People have not liked the emblem on his head. The Urkin Invader logo. Yeah. See, I once you know, it's hard to unsee. Wait, let's get the... Why is it not selecting it properly? Sample current there, yes. I like that. Why is it now? Okay, there's something wrong with my art program now. It's not sampling the color properly. I don't know why. I can just change it. Yeah, change the brush type. Anyways, the logo on his head. A lot of people would say get rid of it. You knew it was paper? Yes. The logo could be smaller. Yeah, that's true. Okay, oh, and the reason I did it was I used this Urkin logo because it's the Urkin's like snack corporate junk food logo and stuff. And in the lore, I guess, in the background stuff, they said that Grr is just supposed to be like, he was originally just a yogurt robot, like a yogurt dispenser robot that was repurposed. Oh, yeah. Okay, if he changes angry when he's serious, that's a good point, like when he's in duty mode. And then, let me just see here. I could always do this. Let's sample what it would look like if we just shrunk it a bit. What do we think? About like that. Let's try that. And I'll just scribble this in and drop it behind. So, we thinking something like that size? Or we could change the positioning too. Like if we shrink it, then that leaves open to change the positioning. Silver thinks that's cool, actually. Yeah, thank you. Like with the anger, with the logo changing shape to match Gur's attitude. So we could, if we shrunk it, would you like it at the bottom, in the middle, or at the top of his head? Because there's always, that opens up the door to a lot of possibilities, you know? Excuse me. A little lower, you like the lower position? Well, let's see what everyone else thinks about that too. Oh, wait, I gotta physically... XB. There, now I can move it around freely. If we have it lower, I'll move it back. I'll move it back to where it was. There, now it's lower again. What are we thinking? What are we thinking about it being lower on his head like that? Does everyone have thoughts? And I can always change it too because, you know, it's not set in stone. Actually, another option, hear me out. Before you judge it too harshly, hear me out. What if the logo was drawn in white crayon on his paper here? Now, I know that might be iffy, so let me just have my 2 cents real quick before you write it off completely. It'll just be scribbled in instead of on his head. Like oops. Oh yeah, once again my color selector's on the fritz. I don't know why. I could tool options. I'll tell it to sample all layers. There. Rough idea, of course. I could make it look way better if I actually went with this, but I just want to... It was something I was throwing around earlier, and I would like to... Well, not earlier, just now. I'd like to know what you guys think. If that was it. Like a brand logo placement. Right, because if we go with the backstory of him being like a yogurt dispenser robot that was repurposed, you would expect the Urkins to brand it. Yeah, you don't think the Tallest would go to all that effort. That's a very good point, right? Because the Tallest just take it as is, and, you know, that's a good point. Let me undo that. That is a bit of extra effort for the Tallest to have to go through. That's a very good point. So we have it out here. That's good. We could also... What do you think of having it like on the back of his head? And yes, they originally had him as... If you read like the show Bible or whatever, if you find it, I think there's some mention about Gur's just a repurposed yogurt dispenser droid. No, I do like it though. Yeah. How does he have a tongue? I have no idea. That's the eternal mystery. Why Gur slobbers and has a tongue is like something that's not explained in the show ever or anything. It's hilarious. Let me draw that back in. Some people like it, some people don't with the logo placement. Because, oh, and for the record, I only want one logo placed on Gur, if at all. Like, not gonna have multiple. So if we did go with this design where it's on there, then we would obviously... Give me a second. We would obviously remove it from right here. You know, it wouldn't be on his head and it would be just on his chest at that. Yogurt taster. You know, there's an idea. The robot licks the yogurt before dispensing it to you. That's hilarious. Gross, creepy, and funny. Yes, creepy and funny is right. That's Invader Zim in a nutshell, right? If it's creepy and funny, they'll do it. So let me just do this as a rough. Thoughts on that, guys? Thoughts on that if it's on his chest, apart from the fact that Silver made a very good point about the Tallest not going through the effort, which is a good point. But if we set that aside for now, let's pretend that that they just found a scrap of paper that happened to have the Urkin logo on it and just slapped it on it. Let's just pretend it was like that when they found it. What do you think of this design from an aesthetic point of view? And let me know what you're talking about too when you say good idea and stuff, and so I know what you're referring to. So for right now, I think you guys are talking about like the logo scribbled on the chest in crayon or whatever.
just going to give everyone... I'm giving the chat a second to catch up and talk. Peachy12 likes it, yeah. Silver, what are your thoughts? Apart from the fact that you did mention, this was your suggestion about the fact that, you know, the Tallis wouldn't go through that effort. So I do want to hear your take on it. Apart from the fact that the Tallis wouldn't go through that effort, what do you think of it, like, from a visual point of view, like aesthetically? The little sticky note is a nice touch. Oh, thanks. And it would further emphasize the fact that it's paper, wouldn't it? And I know Silver's probably could be busy with the cats or whatever, so I'm not gonna do too much with like pushing buttons and saying, "Hey, answer me." They just found a paper with the Irkin logo and slapped it on like flex paper. There we go, all better. All right, that's it. The scribbled one gives it a more junkyard vibe. That's a good point. Maybe we want it to be more junkyardy too. You know, that's hilarious. Yogurt taster is a good idea. So I'll hold on to that. And then the only other idea I had, let me see if I can find a view of him from the back. You don't really see him from the back a lot, so this won't come up a lot, but... Okay, here. What if the logo... Another idea I had. What if the logo was... You'll forgive me if this is a little rough. I'm just drawing it roughly here. What if the logo was on the back of his head? Like, professionally printed and everything, right? Actually there. But on the back of the head, like a brand, because he is like he is a piece of Irkin machinery at the end of the day. Oh, your chat lagged. Sorry. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, okay. That's why it was in response. Okay, I get it. I totally get it. So, what does everyone think about the? So we have option with that, where it's on the back of his head. We also have the option of this. Heck, we could totally do both too, because it's not like you're going to see them both at the same time, and it would be too much. We could totally have one on the back of the head and then the scribble one on the front, and it wouldn't be too much because like I said, you'd only ever see one at a time. There's probably like so much yogurt that when he eats other things it tastes like yogurt. That's funny. That's hilarious. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of the logo. Specify when you're talking about the logo. Let me know what you think of the logo, because I'm about to move on to another aspect of GUR real quick before we change topics. Both? You like both? Both is good? That's cool. Everyone else, let me know what you think. And right here. I was going to change on one more thing. Yeah, they both complement each other well. Like, the official branding on the back like is actually what it's supposed to be. And then the scribbled... Heck, the one on the front... Like, we could have the branding on the back. We could have it be this one, where it's like the Irkin corporate logo that's all smiley and stuff. And then the one that's scribbled on front, since the Tallis were trying to fool Zim into thinking it's a SUR unit, this could actually blend in well. If the Tallis were trying to trick Zim into thinking it's a SUR unit he had, we could have the one on the front be the Irkin Invader logo. You know, the one that looks like, you know, just with a single eye. Like, because this is like the Irkin Invader logo. I don't know how true that is canonically. I just heard a lot of fandom speculation that that just represents Irkin Invaders. I didn't draw it very well here, but you get the idea. Yes. Silver had an idea, back and scribbled. Now there's a thought. Let me see. Let me just temporarily hide. We have it. Oh, once again, wrong brush. We have it back and scribbled. There's an idea. Excuse me. My scribble brush only. Okay, there. Oh, it's because it's on screen mode. How did that happen? Okay, that's why it's all white and stuff. Right, cool. That explains so much. Anyways, yeah, exactly. It's the Invader logo. Tak made her own modified version of it to show she's an Invader.
Like, yeah, I think it's really an Invader logo. So I think maybe it would be funny if like that was scribbled on like the Invader logo or something. Oh, okay, yeah. Final thing then, I'm gonna settle down then. Well, I think it'd be cool if we had the corporate Irken logo on the back. Let me find, here's a good one. Let me flatten everything down. Okay. Oops, that was a bad idea. Undo that. Okay. I'm gonna have the corporate Irken logo printed neatly, perfectly on the back. Okay, this is not gonna look perfect, but just pretend it is. Pretend it looks good right there and it's professionally printed on the back of his head. And then the scribbled Invader logo on the front. So that's what I'm going with now. Scribbled on the front, Irken logo with the Invader logo, and then on the back of his head, professionally printed the actual, snack logo, which the Irkens intended him to use, Oh, okay. Also, I can get rid of... I just now realized this thing is... Where's the stream thing? There, that could be gone away with. Anyways, that happy boy, he's happy. So I think we're gonna go with that. My mind has been made up on that part. The only other thing I was gonna ask was about Gur's limbs. So like here, I made his limbs like spindly and real crazy with like this string looking thing. I don't know. Has anyone ever played with those string toys where you press the button and they stand up straight, but if you release the button, they get all loose and floppy? Does anyone know what I'm talking about with that? Maybe I can find a picture of it. String toy. Let's see. String toy. Cowboy. I think there was a cowboy one. A string toy. There was also a horse one, I thought. Yeah. What's it called? I don't know what it's called. You guys probably know what I'm talking about, though. The effort they go through to pass Gur off as a Sir is so funny. Yeah, right. Like as if he's not legitimately a Sir unit, but that sounds like something. Yeah, Ribbon Wand. I think that's what. Yeah. I was thinking something like that for Gur, so that when he has the option to retract in and make it all like tight and stuff if we want, but also for the most part he's just all loose and wibbly and wavy. And I also like the idea of having his grabby hands be like a claw crane machine game. So like all that together, what are you guys' thoughts on those elements for this design? Personally, opinion, I really like it. I have no hesitancy about it like I did with the Irken design. But this I needed more, since I do like it so much, I kind of need your input because I could be going off the tracks here. So what do we think about his limbs? And I definitely agree with it's settled with his head, where the front logo and the back logo and all that, definitely settling on that. But like the limbs are what we're talking about now. Gur's proud of his drawing. That's funny. That's a perfect explanation too. I love just how rampant we can go with the theories here because of how odd it is. You like the limbs. I've seen a lot of positivity for the limbs. I'll actually throw it out there. Does anyone not like the limb design? For any reason, just like throw it out there if you dislike it, because if everyone likes it, I haven't had anyone complain about that, for the record. That's the one of the few design choices I made where no one's complained. Yeah, think I should keep it. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I've had no one dislike the limbs, so if you did dislike it, comment. If you're watching this like later on after the live stream's over, comment down below if you didn't like the limbs or something, because that's important. But I think I'm gonna stick with this. So we're all agreed then. If I take the printed logo and just put it on the back of his head and scribble in crayon the Irken logo, the Invader logo on the front, then we're all set and good, and that's the official design I'm gonna go with for Gur for IZTDM. Which I agree with personally, because like I said, I thought Gur needed the least amount of changing of all the designs I whipped up. So while you guys are talking to me about that, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the next one that I want to really talk about. The one that needs the second least amount of changes, but still needs changed, I think. And we're almost done too. We just have this one and then one more. Now, the obvious thing I'll talk about here in a bit is the shape of the head. Everyone likes it. Okay, I'm not going to get any kickback from that, so I think everyone does like it. We're settled on that. Trim the current layer. Okay, so we got the dib. Everyone talking about the dib. Everyone loves the dib. Everyone hates the dib. The dib is an enigma and a mystery. So, a few things I want to touch on here. I think if I change just a few things with this design, it would still look good. So, like, for example, the head shape, if I do what I was going to do with Zim, and just revert it back to its original design of, you know, like, you know, the actual show design. Hang on. First time you've seen the design I did? Yeah, exactly. So, I did some... You like him? Oh, you like him. Okay, well, actually, maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions here. First of all, what's everyone think of the dib design? Honest opinions. I'm here to receive any amount of criticism if it's positive or negative, because I need to change things if people don't like it. So, thoughts on dib, everyone. Honest opinions, there's no wrong answers. There's a few things that I'm not going to budge on, and then there's a lot of things that I'm okay with budging on. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys on some things, and then I'll talk about my thoughts after you guys get your 2 cents in first. Actually, I'll post it in the chat too to get some feedback going. Oh yeah, I think the dib can work, like, but change the head shape. Yeah. Yeah, the head shape. That's the one thing I think Silver likes him. Okay. There's a lot that I do like about this. The original head would look nice, but then everything else, like, leave it how I've modified it. Yeah, so what would you guys think if I changed the head? Yeah, I did not like the movie design with the full head of hair. I like how he has a shaved head. If I change the head, shape, but left. Not typo in there, but whatever. Because there's a few things in here that I'm not going to budge on, but then there's a few things I would definitely change. Thank you for pointing it out. Yeah. So actually, how would that look? Let me just go with the front view here as an example. So like I was saying, let me just, what would I do if I change the head shape but left everything else? How would it look? Good old dib. Good old dib-like dib. Yeah, the head shape needs work, yeah. Everything else pretty solid. And it's weird, you guys, but that's exactly the opinion I had of this. You guys are actually lining up with my thoughts really well. So I think we're in sync on this. Keep them coming, though. Make it more jagged. Yeah, like the original show, you know? Like a cherry with his head. Yeah, no, not good, exactly. Needs to be a bit more, like, dynamic and like the original show looking. And I can draw Dib's head, like, as it is. I can draw Dib's head, like the show and stuff really well. Just the head, yeah. I think we're all agreed that the head design could use some work, but everyone else likes everything else about it. I could really whip this up in Toon Boom Harmony. In fact, I might. And, you know, the hair, I did like changing the hair shape of his pointy hair. How it has this, like, sort of notch in it. I did enjoy that. I might be tempted to keep that, but I could be persuaded. The ears. Okay, so fun story with the ears. I'm really proud of what I did with Dib and Gaz's ears, and like with every other human character with their ears. I've taken their initial and put it in as the ear shape. So like you see here, Dib, there's actually a D in the shape of his ear, but it's subtle enough that it doesn't matter. So yeah, anyways, back to this though. Oh, also the eyes should be more square and blocky-ish, because that's how it is in the show. Yeah, like that. Okay, that's not... It's going to look a little unprofessional here because I'm just sort of rushing because we're running out of time. Oh, okay. Headphones were turned off. Gotcha. Well, we're talking about Dib now. We're talking about the Dib and everyone's thoughts on him. So the consensus seems to be, Silver, that everyone likes the head. Everyone thinks the only thing I should really change in this design is the head shape, but leave everything else the same as far as Dib goes. So that's actually what I'm doing here. People seem to really be receptive to the design choices I've done with Dib here. And I'll talk more about them here in a second. And there are a few things that I really am not going to budge on. But first, let me change the head shape, how it would look. And actually, I forgot to, on this angle, to draw the hair off to the side like it always is in the show. That's my bad. Okay, there. And then this is going to look real sloppy, but whatever. It's how it has to be. Okay, so I'm just going to put white here and drop it behind just so it's easy to differentiate. Oh, I drew that on the wrong layer. Always make sure you're drawing on the right layer, guys. It'll save you so much heartache in the future. Oh my gosh, he looks horrifying because I forgot to draw the pupils. My goodness. Okay, let me fix that. Okay, good enough. We get the idea. Whatever. Like the ears. His eyes are maybe more squared-ish. Yeah, you like them as is. Yeah, that's the thing. I was kind of torn on that with the eye shape. Oh, and the glasses, of course, another change I made small, but I had his glasses actually extend back to his ears. In the original show, he didn't have glasses resting on his ears, but I decided to push it to the back, and we got Ghost Dib, right? Oh, I could change it back to the square design. That's perfectly fine for me. And another thing I was contemplating, you might notice it, you might not, but here, if you see right here, where his spider did, where his hair would have normally grown in, where it's actually shaved, I include a slight skin tone right here to show it's darker, like he shaved it. That's the thing I like. But I'm also contemplating if I add in, okay, this is not going to be professionally done, bear with me, but will I add in some dots here to show like where the hair follicles would have been, like when you have a shaved head? It might be a bit of work, but I think it'd be cool. It might pay off. You know, I'd have more towards the edge because there's more being clumped together, and then spread out in the middle. Oh no! Isn't that the worst? Silver, I feel so bad for you. My heart goes out to you when you were drawing on the wrong layer for so long and you make so much progress. Yeah. And actually, I'm not making a good pitch for the hair thing right there. Let me try again. Let me try again. That was a bad one. Let me try again. Let me just side view. I really like that for some reason. Kind of like, isn't there another character in the show that had a shaved head or something? Yeah, you like to get JTHM vibes. Yeah, I really dig that. And I forgot for a second, but you're right. That was kind of like that, wasn't it? And of course, I'll change the head shape to be angular like it's supposed to be. Smaller dots. If the dots were smaller, right? Actually, let me make them even tinier. Okay, well, we're going to just continuously deface Dib until I get the dot size correct, but that's okay. That's as small as that pen goes. Let me find a smaller pen tool. Here. Kind of hard to do because the pen doesn't like drawing sometimes with this size because of how it reads it, but we'll get there. Old kid, how's it going? Did he have a shaved head part of his head too? Or are you just saying that because it's funny? Because it is funny. Did you know Old Kid was actually based off of a parking attendant that the crew would run into every time they parked? They liked him so much they wanted to include a cameo of him in the show. So they did. This old guy that was like a parking attendant at Nickelodeon Studios. True story. Everyone liked him, so they just included him. Had him record that line too, I believe. How's it going? Anyways, what are we thinking of this if I went with the shaved head look to be like this, what are we thinking? Cool story, right? What are our thoughts on that? And actually, let me find while you guys are talking about that, let me just go to Google real quick and find another shot of Johnny with the shaved head, the shaved sides of his head. Yeah! Yeah, actually, I'm glad you pointed that out. That's the look I'm going for. Small world. Oh, we're here. Look at this. Look, even Johnny does it like this. Even Jonah Droom like this with you know, with all the dots. It's hard to see when I'm zoomed in like that. But yeah, that's the look I'm going for. What do you guys think if I did that for Dib to show where he's shaved his head all around? He was in an episode of SpongeBob. Oh, that's cool. And yeah, rest in peace. That yeah, he did pass away. That was sad. But you know, when you get up there in age, you know, what can you do? It does eventually happen to all of us. But yeah, so yeah, that's the look I'm going for. I think no one dislikes the shaved head look for Dib, right? If I actually drew in the dots rather than just having it a different tone, like if I actually drew in the dots, no one would disagree with that, right? On the sides and just a bit on the back. Okay, so like maybe not as extreme. So like cut it off, like cut it off right here, but don't have any of it here. Like shaved here, and then maybe no dots here. Maybe the dots can taper out, but the tone can be left in. Yeah, that can work. I think that looks good, yeah. Oh, and then I want to know if any of you have caught the detail I did. Oh, nope, you said nope. Okay. Almighty Talos Nazo said nope, so okay, where would the dots start and stop then? Oh, you like it, okay, just a few on his head. Okay, gotcha. Well, I think everyone seems to like it. We're just having a discussion now on how much to throw in there. So I'll come back to that in a bit, guys. I'll come back to the shaved head while we think about that for a bit, because I do have other things I want to talk about with Dib. Namely, I want to know if you guys have noticed what I did with Dib's shirt. Some of you probably already know. I didn't draw it on Dib's chin. Wait, what are you talking about? Like right here? That's not Dib's chin. That's the back of his head. You know, like where the hair comes down to like right here. There's not supposed to be any on his chin. If I did, that was just an accident. But anyways, you guys notice what I did with Dib's shirt? It's one of my favorite things about Dib's design. Let me zoom in on a small screen so it's hard to see. Let me show you a few different Dib shirt angles. So here's one. And where's another? Here's another. And here's another. Here's another. Please say, okay. I made it so that Dib's shirt is always showing the opposite expression of what Dib is feeling. So if Dib's happy, the shirt's gonna be mad, and if Dib's like scared, the shirt's gonna look confident. And if Dib's sad, the shirt's gonna look happy. So that's what I've done with Dib's shirt, and I think it's fantastic that his shirt is so against him. Yes. It's like his shirt has a mind of its own, and it hates him. It's just a small detail. Not a lot of people are going to notice. It's not too obvious, so I think it'll work just fine. But that's something I really want to keep. And since no one else was objecting to it, I think I will. It's just like a fun little joke. Everyone hates Dib, including his own shirt. which now has a little collar thing, which I didn't see anyone objecting to the collar I have on his shirt either. If you guys dislike it, that's cool, and let me know. But I like the little bunched up collar look. Personal opinion, I think it looks cool. But yeah, does everyone like this the smile, the evil Dib shirt? Yeah, that constantly changes with everything he does. I think everyone's on board with that. I don't think anyone's ever said anything against that. So yeah, we're agreed. The order of business for Dib is just to change the head design back to his normal shape and then add dots for the shaped head. So yeah, let me do that. Let me add that in. So for Dib, we're gonna say a new layer. We're gonna call it shaved dots and head shape. Yeah, and like it's a small detail, so it's not in the way. But like everyone seems to be all okay with it. And like, you know, there's the other things I always do, like, you know, I gave Dib perpetual bags under his eyes to show that he gets almost no sleep. I you know, I drew the temple in like I always do with the characters in my style. That's just a given. What else? I think that's about it. Yeah, but anyways, yeah. That's the stuff I'm gonna keep for Dib. Just Dib. He doesn't get enough sleep. Oh, I also made Dib. Since Jonan said that Dib and Gaz are actually supposed to be Hispanic, like the Membrane family is supposed to be like Hispanic in descent, I wanted to make Gaz and Membrane a bit more tan, but leave Dib super pasty and pale because he like doesn't ever leave his room. He's like a recluse and he's always hunched over his computer in a dark room spying on Zim and stuff. So like he gets like no sunlight, so he looks all pasty and ghastly and stuff. So that's the other thing I did with Dib, was making him super pale and reclusive and like sickly looking, while Gaz and Membrane have a more normal skin tone you'd expect from like someone who's Hispanic. Yeah, Mexican, exactly. So that's what I did with Dib. That's the only other thing that I changed, and I think I'm gonna keep that because it's hilarious to think that Dib is just this pasty looking unhealthy kid who just stays locked in his room for too long at a time and stuff. Everyone seems to be on, like, there's nothing I don't think anyone would object to about that. Pasty Mexicans like him, yeah, exactly. So I wanted to emphasize Dib looking really, really sickly. Introverted and stuff. So actually, while we're at it, yeah, the basic thing is Zim we got right here. We wanted that. We wanted to change just the logo placement. Dib, just tweak the head shape and add the dots. Looking good. Dib looks more alien than Zim, right? Really likes tacos, but not you guys. Yeah. Anyways, now for the big problem. And I don't know how much anyone else thinks this is a problem. I think this is a massive problem. I just pull up the image here. Some of you know exactly where I'm going, but for those who don't, this last character design bugs the heck out of me. And it's mostly to do with the hair, which I failed to draw correctly, or the way I wanted to, so we're gonna change that. It's Gaz. See, here's the thing. I did like how it... Oh, zoom in. I liked how our design turned out from the front view, and I tried replicating it in the other views, and it just did not pan out at all. So there might need to be some changes here. So yeah. This is my, I think color palette wise I like it, but I think Gaz needs some work. Gaz needs some work on, in order for her character design to look better. Let me know your complaints, seriously, because I could go on about the complaints I have, but I'd like to hear from you guys first of all before I dive right into it. And for the reference, I could pull up her concept art from Enter the Florpus compared to her original design when I can find it. If find it. There should be, though. I think I saw it earlier. I have it saved on my computer somewhere. Give me a second, guys. Hang on. While you talk about that or figure out what you like or dislike about Gaz here. I will be working on finding the thing that I found. Here, okay. I'm gonna drag and drop that in. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Let's sprinkle on the head. Don't know what to think about this one. Yeah, right. I need to revamp this. Okay, here. So the thing, enter the Florpus up top, and then original design down bottom. Obviously, if I were to just pick one that I like more, it's this. You can't beat the original. I think the enter the Florpus design is not good at all. Did not like how Gaz looked in the Florpus and like the stubby sort of hands that were like rounded and stuff, and then versus the pointy claw-like hands that they gave. Ah, Rob. Okay, see you later, Robert Rowley. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate all the input and stuff. Thank you. We'll be wrapping this up here in about 10 minutes, guys. So just letting you know. But yeah, Gaz might just need a complete overhaul from what I've done. Another thing I didn't like is how they gave her like a gamer girl shirt. I mean, I know she loves video games, that's like her thing, but I kind of like her goth look a lot more. So, you know, I mean, like, we also have how I've been drawing her in, It Feeds on Noodles. So if I find a screenshot of that, that would be a good frame of reference. Oh, hang on. Update the image. Okay, it's not going to update the image. Fine, I'll find it myself. Where's the still image I have? Because some of these frames, some of these things are rendered as still images. I'll scroll down until I find it. I'll get back to the chat in a second, guys. View large icons. Where do we have it? Okay, yeah, it's good. I can find a solid reference in the reflection here. So, like, I basically just drew her as is in the show, you know? Have fun, Robert. Be careful and stay safe. Yes. See you, man. Okay, Silver will be back. Her hair on the front looks too far out. I'd say use the Gaz from It Feeds on Noodles. Yeah, I like how I've been drawing her in It Feeds on Noodles, honestly. The only change I'd actually make to the design, if anything, is I would do my signature thing there with the, I would stick with the temples that I always draw on these characters just to keep it consistent across styles. But outside of that, there's not a lot I would change. Gaz just looks fine as is. But if we wanted to change anything, I might also just... Well, she has the skull necklace. I like the skull necklace. I don't want to change that. Honestly, Gaz looked better in her original design. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe a slight crease in the head. Maybe not. I don't know. What else I'll wait for everyone else's thoughts. That's literally the only thing I would think of changing. Ah. Alright, wrong. Just make a stick. Yeah, right? She must use resin in her hair to achieve that look. She used. It's super intense, right? Stiff hair to the max. Yeah, because like with Enter the Florpus, I was trying to replicate the style from the original show and not change anything at all. So that's why she looks the way she does in Enter the Florpus. And personally, yeah, people like it. I like it. But if I'm going to update all the character designs, I might as well update hers to at least reflect everyone else's too. So that's why I'm curious about what I should do here. Here's a good Gaz-centered thing. There. So there we have Gaz. The colors I'm keeping because I'm not having it pitch black so that I can shade better. So instead of it being pitch black, it's just a really, really, really dark light purple, a really dark washed out purple for her dress.
and just like Dib's cloak, his jacket isn't, and hair isn't pitch black. It's like a really, really dark, washed out blue faded color. I'm gonna keep that design choice because I think it works better for these things. But yeah. So everyone likes that, and I have to agree. I like that look. Maybe I could just do little things like giving her hair nudges right there, crease in the forehead when she's scowling. Slight thing on the sides just to match the looks I give everyone else. Just to match, nothing crazy. I could even make them smaller than usual. Thank you. I'm glad to look. Yeah, I like how it's turning out for Gaz on It Feeds on Noodles. So actually, maybe I should just draw Gaz right now. Heck, why am I waiting around? So if I go in, there's the pencil I like. Her hair always gives me trouble. I will admit that. And I will admit that the main focus for these redesigns tends to be in the facial area of the characters, whereas everything else is fine. Do like that. I should duplicate this and change it just to get an idea of what people like and dislike. So now I'll have options for you guys, and I won't have to keep flipping back and forth between designs. So, as far as this goes, the only change between these two that you're looking at right now is how the hair tip ends. We have option A and option B for like this part, where one part it's like flat out, and the other has like a little hook to the end of it, just slightly, nothing crazy, you know, just a little slight hook to it. And I'm curious what you guys think of that. And then while I'm at it, let me just. A. Someone likes A better with the hooks. What else do you guys think as far as the hooks go? Don't think of anything else right now. Just think of the hooks, like the crooks on the end of the hair. Hey Silver, we're just doing Gaz stuff now. I'm just going to go A and B, and we're going to discuss the individual elements in context of A and B. Nope. I already dislike that. One thing I've never liked about Gaz's original design, and this is just my opinion, but how the hair right here it doesn't come up like it does on the other side of her head. Like this always just sloops down, and I know it's a stylistic choice, I get it. I've never liked it though.
That makes it look too big. Maybe that's why they did it that way. I don't know, there has to be a better in between than that. B looks like more like Gaz towards Jolly looks and doing. Right, exactly. There's subtle differences here, and like, I'm just not sure which I want to go with for all these various details. A adds a bit more viciousness, right? Oh, I got the hairs backwards, actually. A should be... Okay, hang on. Let me fix this. Time for a hair transplant. Because I drew the hair on the wrong style. Actually, it'd be easier if I just did this. Hang on, guys. Gonna change a little thing up on you. Sorry about this. This would be easy to change real quick. I love getting your feedback on this, though. This is fantastic. Thank you so much for agreeing to sit down and do this, guys. You have no clue how much this is helping me narrow out what is liked and not liked. Yeah. B, A, B. We got different things. So now let me finish off with her dress look and stuff. So I'm gonna try and make A look as close to the original show as possible. And then B would be, I'll just go crazy with the redesigns, and we'll decide what elements we like and don't like from each. Kind of like A more? Yeah, we'll see how we go with this. Because Gaz is a difficult one, and that's for sure. Okay, and now, if I just go all out right here. And what did I do with the, what did I do here? What did I do here on the... Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, I'll bring it back. Maybe a little. We'll see what I do. Oh, here we are. Yeah, I've gone all out on her second design, and we can pare down the features as we see fit. So, now we have a full view of everything. I like B, but maybe make it more pointed on the bottoms. Like, extend the corners, but don't change the lines. And take the top middle bang down a little. Yeah, can do. Let's work on that. So I'll start with the top middle bang, because that's the one I understand more clearly. Take this and move it down a little. Can do. Let's start with the through lines. So we want down a little. We can, like that. Maybe something to that effect you were thinking? Like down a little in that sense? Actually, her whole hair can be adjusted. Let me adjust this real quick. Let me just do it this way. Like that, maybe. I mean, it looks sloppy because I just warped it so the lines are going to get jagged looking. That can't be helped. You get it. Let me just give it more context so it's clearer. What are we thinking? Yeah, like that. Okay, and now as for the bottom here, you said make more pointed on the bottoms, like extend the corners but don't change the lines. Okay, so like more of like a hook. Like without changing the lines. You can do like Okay, it's too big like that, but I can still keep it the same sort of pattern while making it a little more... Nah, that's not... I could do it like this. And like, okay, that looks weird. I get it. Something like that? Like that a lot. Okay. Sweet. And now... I can get rid of the middle thing there. That can actually make the... Could bring that... Change the position of the temples. Since that is a feature I want to include, I can bring that back and down. Or I could even cover the temples up entirely with her hair. Then I can just dodge that decision altogether. So final decision, guys. I think everyone's liking A and B, but we're going to talk about what we like most. So we got a few different things to go here. We got hair points. So we got the top of her hair. We've got the hair crooks that we got there. We've got the shirt design. We've got the, whether or not it's part of one dress thing or whether it's, you know, separate with a belt or something. We've also got the skull design there. What else we have? We have the temple or the lack thereof, depending on what I decide to do. I think I should draw it in just to make it uniform across all the character designs. And that's pretty much it.
So these are the differences. I'm like not hooked, just more.
Oh, more stabby, you mean? Oh, gotcha. Like, okay. Just more stabby. We can do more stabby. Oh, I can make it stabby. I can make it poke your eyes from just looking at it. Like that. Kind of.
I like it with the temple visible, honestly.
I agree with Joe there, and I think I'm going to overrule any suggestions on that because that's stylistically a choice I like to have with the characters I draw. And the hair here is too flush, so maybe I should move it down. This is a... Yeah, let me fix that. It's too flush with the form of her head. So let me just line in where her head would be. Make it down a little. That way it doesn't flush with it. But yeah. Oh, and now this part's off. Ha! Fix one thing, break another. Just here drawing. Okay, yeah, no, I get it. I get it, man. Thanks for the heads up.
Looks great. Okay, cool. So now we're going to go back through and do some quick
stuff. Some quick final design input stuff. Let's start with the top of the hair. So, right now, what does everyone think of the top of her hair? Specify, like, you know, anything you want to change or not. Like, when I say top, I mean both the way they swoop down and also these little nubs themselves and all that. Let me know what you guys think about that and what we can do to improve it, or if you just like it as is. Let me know, because now it's going to be time to settle on final design. I'm going a little over time, I understand, but we're just going to wrap this up and call it good. After we just settle on some stuff for Gaz, yeah. Like a snake jaw. Yeah, I've always thought Gaz's her hairstyle resembles like teeth from some sort of beast or something, you know. And I think that's deliberate from the creator's point of view. I think that's a deliberate choice from them. And actually, while we're at it, one more thing. While you're telling me what you think of the top of her hair, guys, I'm going to do with the back, but don't tell me what you think of this just yet. Do not tell me what you think of this just yet. I'm going to fix it there. That looks better in my opinion, but we'll talk about that in a second. So right now we're focused on the top of her hair. Anyone have anything else they want to say, or are we good as far as that? Because I can still change it. You know, I could even remove the little nubby bits. I could even do this, remove them completely, and we could just stick with flat-headed Gaz top. Yeah, I think it was in the show Bible or something they mentioned that. So tell me right now in the comments, hair top, for just the top of the hair. Do we want it flat or pointy? Because I can do either. Flat, pointy. Flat, pointy. Just say flat or pointy in the comments, and I'll see what you guys are liking more. My wife should be here any second. She'll be like, Stanley, what are you doing? We're supposed to hang out today. I'm like, yes, I know. I'm sorry. Pointy. I got 1 vote for Pointy. People seem to like the Pointy, but I mean, the people who dislike it might just not have spoken up yet. Pointy. I'm getting 2 for Pointy. Okay, people are liking the Pointy. Sweet. So far, I'm getting Pointy. While you're doing that, I'm just going to touch up some features that were accidentally overlooked. Like the stripes on her legs and arms, they were actually supposed to be there. Twice there. Ah! So it looks like we're going to go with Pointy. The third nub, left to right. So bum bum bum. That's an interesting idea. So if we just... Calendar Joe, I think you're a genius. That really did it. I think that really brings it all together. Silver says, I think the back corner on top is a bit too far out. No. Okay, is that far left or far right? Because back could be subjective. Oh, unless you're meaning like the back of her head. Joe, I like that suggestion you did there. I think I'm going to stick with it. In fact, I'm going to experiment real quick. With jutting the rest out like that forward. And just seeing, well, not that far forward. If I did like this, right? And then erase a bit. Just curious how it would look. It'd probably look bad. I'll probably regret this and just leave it alone. Ooh, that's a little more natural looking though. Towards A. Okay, yeah. I think you meant like, I think Silver, did you mean like this thingy right here? Let me know. But I like how this, yeah. Yes, the back of the head, right. Okay, gotcha. I'll type so you know I got that. I like the nubs if they're like this. I like them if they're like this and like, you know, boom, 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 like sort of in line with it. Yeah, I think that looks good. So I think we'll stick with that. I mean, obviously this one's misaligned, so if I were to actually do it properly, they would be lined up. And they would overhang a little probably too, just to... just something like that. You juggling conversation? No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll wrap it up in a second, but yeah. Hi. Come. My wife will tell me. Come.
Come what?
Come tell me.
What? Tell you what?
Tell me, Gaz. Tell me what you like and dislike. I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't like it.
There's so much pressure.
I hate everything.
You hate everything. Oh no.
Because you're putting me on the spot. I hate it.
Oh no. She has spoken. No, seriously though, I'll wrap this up. This is the last thing we're going to change, and then I was going to call it for the day.
Okay.
All right. See you in like 5 minutes, maybe.
All right. See you.
All right. Cool. Love you.
Love you.
All right.
I like her hair.
You like her hair? That's what we're working on right now. Some guy originally, I gotta show you this. Originally, the hair was shaped like this, and then some guy suggested putting it forward like that on that last one, and then I'm like, ooh, what if we did that on all of them?
Oh, cool.
And it wound up looking really slick.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Thank you. So yeah, yeah. Anyways, so thank you. Glad you like it. And then we're gonna move on detail by detail till we come to stuff that everyone likes. And so far the consensus seems to be on most of the characters. Just keep it like the show, but then add details, like little touches here and there.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I think I'm really digging the way it's going.
Cool.
Yes. Everyone was panicking when I scribbled all over it. No!
The undo button is broken.
It's broken forever, Lisa. Real artists don't use undo. All right, see. Oh, could you shut the? Oh, never mind. Thank you. I'll be right out. We like the front. Does everyone like the front as it is right now? We'll clap for the front. I like it. I think I'm going to stick with that, honestly. So we got the front. Moving on to the back of the hair. This shouldn't take too long. I think if I change this just slightly, not to have such an extreme curve, but I like it better than having it flat. I do like it like pointing out a bit. So maybe if I do like that. You favor the one from before that was more thin and pointed, but this does look good. Yeah, I think, okay. I wish there was a way to design. This is the thing I understand. Like, I wish there was a way to design something that everyone likes, you know, that's universally appealing to all the fans. But I just know that's not going to happen if I'm changing anything at all. And even if I leave everything the same as it was in the show, there's going to be people who like Florpus better versus the original better versus the pilot better. So I think I'm going to stick with the front as it is because that's just fantastic. And then I think everyone's saying yes, yeah, I agreed. So are we all talking about, okay, by the way, front, we're going to put a check mark by and say it's done. Front is done. Now on the back, are we all agreed on the back too right now, like just as it is, like right here? I think everyone said yes, yeah, I agreed, but I'm just trying to make sure I know which one they're talking about. So, yeah, specify. If you think the back is good, just repeat yourself. I'm sorry I'm making you repeat yourself, but just let me know if you like think the back of the hair looks good like that, on the top at least. And for a little bit, I'm just gonna tweak the bottom stealthily while you're all typing that up. Back is good, yeah, okay. I think everyone likes the back, yeah. Yeah, the back is good. I like them both. This is better stylistically. I personally like things that are more pointed, but I like this too. I get it, yeah, no, totally. It's all up to, at a certain point, it will boil down to preference, you know? Without, like, you don't need to write a college level thesis on why a certain design choice is here or not, you know, because at the end of the day, it is all down to preference. This is just a fan film, right? So it is all fan service and preference and stuff. All right, so everyone seems to be in agreement on the back of the hair. Moving on to the hair tips, and that's covering, let me highlight that. Hair tips are covering everything that I'm highlighting right now. So the hair tips, what are we thinking? We liking how I've done them right here? I tweaked them a little bit while I was talking, but I think overall they're the same as what I had just a few seconds ago. So are we liking the tips of the hair? At the bottom, you know. Let me specify, the bottom tips of the hair. Are we liking that right now? And the temple, let me just, actually, this shouldn't even be in red. The temple is going to stay. The temple stays. Everyone says yes, pretty good, yeah. I think that's about the best we're going to get from it. Temple has to stay. I'm sorry, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay. Everyone seems to be liking it, yeah. And I do too. I think it's decent. It's not going to cause any issues. So let me put a check mark by the by that, and a check mark by that. And now, focusing next, where to begin? Let's talk about the collar. I actually don't know where I want to go with this because in some episodes she has like a pointed collar, in others it's just a plain thing that just goes straight up into her head. So I'm curious what you guys think of that. Which ones you prefer? There's actually 3 things in one here. I should be more specific. So we got the collar that we're talking about. We have the shirt we're talking about itself with the skull design, and then we have the fact that it's separated and stuff. That's another one. So maybe I should do that as its own thing, and then the tips of the skirt as its own thing. So the shirt collar, like, if you want a closer view, Something like this. Anyways, this is what I'm talking about right there. What were we thinking about the shirt collar? Pepito. Although I don't think he actually wore one, lol. Yeah, and when I say shirt collar, I just mean like my shirt has a collar right here. I mean like literally the physical part of the shirt that's called the collar. Every shirt has one, for the most part, except for V-necks, but V-necks are cringe. Apologies to everyone who's wearing a V-neck right now. So, yeah, let me be specific. When I say collar, it's not like she's wearing a collar for, like, decoration or anything. Literally just the collar of the shirt. I told my wife 5 more minutes and it's a bit over 5 minutes. I gotta hurry. Try this smaller. Let's get it. I like your advice. Speed round. Let's try this smaller. Oh wait, and let's try it. Make it. Let's. I feel like the eye doctor. Number 1 or number 2? Which one looks better? Without the collar, looks pretty dang good if I'm being honest. So I'm going to do one more thing, and I'm going to make it smaller just so we can see it as if it was small. And we're going to say, oh, it's fine, yeah. We can continue this next time, thanks. I appreciate it, but it won't take long. We hang out with each other all day, every day, so it's fine. It's not too bad. So with or without? Just a few more things. I want to hear you guys comment with, meaning you want it with the collar, or without, meaning she's just a plain shirt top. Because both could look really good, and I need to know your opinion. With or without for the collar. With or without for the collar. Like it's smaller, okay? Necklace more weight, yeah, exactly. I could remove it entirely, give the necklace more weight, and I think I want to bring in. I think I'm going to make an executive decision while you guys are talking about that. Executive decision. I'm going to bring the necklace and actually just use it. With. I'm seeing a lot of with. I'll come back to that. Does anyone say without? Because it seems like most people like it with the collar. So if anyone says without, let me know. Otherwise, we're just going to move on. Bloop, 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 bloop. And I'm gonna make my executive decision now with the necklace. I'm gonna bring the necklace back. She looked better with it, anyways. I think everyone can agree. OG Gaz looks better with the necklace than the newer Gaz with the T-shirt. The smaller collar works. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sweet. Shirt collar, small, actually drawn in. I see only one person saying without, so I think the general consensus is as long as I make it tiny, it's tolerable. So I'll do that. I'll still come back to that. I might change that later on. And the skull necklace, like I said, I just sort of made an executive decision there, but we're overriding it. We're going to have the skull necklace because obviously collar's good. More could be done with the skull. Might have to save that for next time, but we'll see. What if I just make it big? So more could be done with the skull. More could be done with the skull. Let me talk about that. Because currently her necklace, skull necklace, looks like this. Just like in the show. We could always do something like this. For the skull necklace. Like more of a normal cartoonish skull. We could also do it smaller mouthed. And like dupe. We could do stuff like that. The bunny skull on her shirt, but I missed the necklace. Yeah, the necklace was so cool. I can't go without the necklace. Oh, bunny skull. Bunny skull is the answer. What if we did like... What if we did bunny skull? What are we thinking about bunny skull? Let me try bunny skull. Let me try bunny skull. I won't make it as exaggerated, but yeah. Oh, in IZTDM, they're the same age. I just add more detail to make everything look creepier. Nah, they're the same age. They're not supposed to be age up. But the bunny skull is the way to go. Bunny skull is the way to go. Bunny skull is love. Bunny skull is life. So... Yep, so I'll stick with that. I'll stick with the bunny skull, and then the only other question we have, final question about the skirt, guys, and then we'll wrap it up. So the last question for tonight is, what do you guys think of the bottom of her skirt, like with the pointy bits and the belt? So tell me what you think with or without the belt, and then tell me what you think with or without the pointy bits, and then I'll settle it. We've done a lot tonight, and I'm really happy about it. So last question, what do you guys think? With or without belt? Longer ears, slightly smaller necklace. Longer ears, slightly smaller necklace. Got it. Yeah, we do want the necklace slightly smaller, so I can do that. Tell me, while I'm doing the edits on this, with or without belt, and also with or without points on the dress bottom. Like that. Like the belt with both. Yeah, I think I figured a lot of people would say they like it with both. Probably. Yeah, with. Yeah, I think everyone likes it with both, right? We're saying with, we mean both the belt and the pointiness, right? Once I get confirmation for that, I'm just moving. Actually, I should type that. I'm getting a lot of feedback from you guys. This is huge. Thank you so much for watching it. And with that, I think I'm going to wrap it up. Pointy or good without. Dress bottom with points. Yep. I'm getting some. One person said no belt. I can see what it looks like without the belt real quick. There's the no belt. It makes her look more like a kid. I kind of like that. So there's merits to both. I think the points are fine. So, last round call. Which would you find more appealing, belt or no belt? This is it, and then I'm calling it. Don't want to keep the white waiting. Alright. Last question, belt or no belt? And after this, I'm calling it. So while I'm getting feedback from you, I'll go ahead and do the outro. Thank you guys so much for watching. This is a hugely productive stream. I really liked how this went. The feedback was incredibly valuable, very, very helpful, and it keeps me in the loop on what you guys like and don't like. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this, please subscribe if you aren't, because I do Invader Zim stuff all the time. Check out my wife's channel, Navi Dooms, or maybe it's Navi D. Without belt too, no belt, okay. I'm getting a lot of no belts, I think I'll leave it alone. Thank you so much, guys, and I will link her channel real quick in the comments so that you can go check it out, because when we're done with it feeds, it's going right on her channel. Right directly to her channel. So, here we go. Sweet. Posting this in the comments. Yep, so I'm getting that. Anyways, talk to you guys later. I hope you all have a good one. Stay safe, and I will see you next Saturday. This time it will be on Saturday. At 12 o'clock noon to 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Until then, bye guys. Wait, and there. Okay, bye guys.